and also most European nations and European public are dismayed, and they want to work with the United States, but they oppose this particular position adopted by President Trump. In my personal view, President Trump himself will realize that he should not push his desire to annex Greenland, because that's going to disrupt a very long, close partnership, not only with Europe, but with our eyes, that is the national security arrangement they have with Australia, Canada, with the UK, and with New Zealand. So the Five Eyes arrangement itself will be compromised. So it's a question of time that President Trump, I believe, will take a step back. Uh, but it needs time and it needs patience, and it also needs the European leaders to work very closely with the Trump administration rather than get disappointed and annoyed and get into a fight.
Sure. Do you see the European nations retaliating if Trump does not stop from these threats?
Europe is a very small entity with limited power compared to the United States. US is a hyperpower. No European country or even a grouping of European countries can come close to the United States. So I think the US best not get into a fight or a conflict or a confrontation with President Trump at this time.
Okay. So, what really is a challenge that now faces the European Union other than the tariffs threat?
Europeans should continue to engage the United States, should continue to work with the Congress, should work very closely with President Trump.
Okay, just for you.
Professor, please do continue. Sorry for those interruptions.
So my personal view is that the European nations should continue to work with the national security advisors to President Trump, should work with the US Congress, and should work with President Trump personally, because if they are able to convince him, he will agree. There are many decisions President Trump wanted to take in the past. For example, he wanted to relocate the people in Gaza, but he changed his mind after many leaders convinced him not to do so. Similarly, President Trump wanted to attack the regime in Iran, and that also he changed his mind the last weekend. So I think that President Trump is very theatrical and very triumphant, but sometimes he will review his views and change his position.
All right, sure. Professor, do stay on with me as we proceed. Viewers, U.S. Special Envoy Tom Barrack has met the head of the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces, Mazloum Abdi, in Erbil in Iraq. The talks come at a tense moment after days of fighting between Syrian government troops and Kurdish forces near Aleppo and along the Euphrates. According to reports, the Syrian army has taken control of the northern city of Tabqa and key dams. Kurdish authorities say the army breached a withdrawal deal and pushed into areas not covered by the agreement. Meanwhile, the U.S. Central Command has urged Syrian government forces to refrain from attacks in the area between Aleppo and the city of Al-Tabqa in Raqqa province. Request Professor to join me back in this with his first comments.
What we have seen is that Ahmad al-Shara, known as Abu Muhammad al-Jolani, is an Islamist, and he has created a lot of trouble for the Christians, for the Shias, that is the Alawites, and for the Druze, and now he is targeting the Kurds. So It is so important for the European countries, for the Americans, for the Arab world, and other countries to tell him to stop ill-treating the minorities. If he uses his army, which is largely HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, the same group that broke away from ISIS to target the Christians, the Druze, the Alawites, and the Kurds. He cannot create a beautiful and a productive country. So a country should be judged by the way it treats its minorities. He has poorly treated all those communities, and he has to come out of his mindset of being an Islamist, of advancing Sharia law, of trying to control those communities. He should create a truly democratic country where there is sufficient space for those minorities, whether they are communities, whether they are ethnic groups or religious groups, to live harmoniously with one another. So if he's not going to do that, I believe even the United States and the Europeans will abandon him. And eventually the Arabs themselves will realize he's not the right man to rule Syria.
Professor, if you allow me one final question before I let you go. How do you see the US role here? Because it's also backing the Syrian government, then it's also meeting with the Kurdish group, both of these sides. Do you see US rightfully in a position to mediate?
Yes, the US is the only country that can effectively mediate because the United States has removed the sanctions against Syria. United States invited President Trump invited Ahmad al-Sharaa to the White House. And of course, the United States can lobby other countries and tell them to tell Ahmad Sharaa to behave himself properly. So I believe that US is the most important partner when it comes to disciplining and moderating the conduct of Ahmad al-Sharaa.
All right, then thanks very much, Professor, for joining me in this discussion. Moving ahead now, viewers, let's cover some news from Davos, where hundreds of people marched from Koblenz in southeastern Switzerland to Davos on Saturday, protesting against capitalism, climate change, and the policies of the World Economic Forum, with slogans like democracy rather than WEF dictatorship. Activists called for a more democratic economy. The participation of US President Donald Trump in next week's World Economic Forum meeting made the protest even more relevant, according to organizers. Many participants, including African activist Masa Kuni, slammed the WEF for its role in worsening poverty and inequality worldwide. With half the demonstrators coming from Switzerland and others from Europe and Africa, the march reflected a global discontent with the WEF's decision-making. Anti-Trump sentiments were also strong, with demonstrators calling for Trump to face accountability. Let's listen in.
Uns ist es ein Anliegen, dass wir eine Gegenstimme sein können gegen das WEF, dass wir aufzeigen können, dass die Entscheidungen, die dort gefällt werden, nicht demokratisch sind, dass dort viele Interessen vertreten werden, die nicht unsere Interessen sind, sondern die von Konzernen, von LobbyistInnen. Und darum finden wir es wichtig, dass wir unseren Protest ins Herz von Davos als WEF tragen können. Ich denke, es gibt uns mehr Druck. Ich denke, es bestätigt das, was wir seit Jahren sagen, was wir davon warnen, für das, was wir einstehen. Trump ist ein Symbol für, in unseren Augen ein Symbol für den Kapitalismus, wie er existiert und von dieser zerstörerischen Natur, die der Kapitalismus auch hat.
All right, I have with me Sharat Kohli, senior economist from New Delhi, joining in this discussion. Thanks very much, sir, for joining me. Firstly, do take our viewers through what these protesters are saying. What are the concerns being raised against the World Economic Forum, a forum that's been going on for years? What now has irked the protesters?
Greetings, Kriti, to you and NewsX World viewers. I think Donald Trump doesn't seem to be a very popular global leader at this point of time. His economic policies, especially the tariffs, he's known more as Donald Tariff than Donald Trump because there were tariffs levied on Switzerland as well. We all know, and that's why you see these protesters from Switzerland. Well, these two economies, Switzerland and America and so many other countries, they had groomed those relations over so many decades. And suddenly Donald Trump comes and imposes tariffs, disturbing the whole ecosystem of international trade. So I think that's what the protest is, that US is being very selfish. The fact that US is pulled out of 66 organizations around the world, pretty, out of them 31 UN organizations and 35 non-UN organizations. And these organizations were involved in public welfare. They were involved in charitable work. They were involved in a lot of work which was helping the communities around the world. So the US having pulled out, and World Economic Forum, we should not forget, has been slightly biased because out of the 3,000 odd delegates coming there from 130 countries, 300 of them are expected from the US. And with President Trump coming as well. So obviously it is the biggest delegation. So there's a lot of say which US has in World Economic Forum. So obviously when there's a bigger delegation, I mean, you have the President of the United States, POTUS for that matter, coming. Obviously, the opinions are going to be biased because he's not going to allow any counter opinion to come to the fore. And World Economic Forum, I mean, coming from the world of economics, Kriti, I can tell you, World Economic Forum has been more about photo ops, more about discussions, more about symposium being held, sideline talks, but nothing concrete has come out, especially on the climate front.
Yeah.
Especially when the US has pulled out of the climate accords. We all know that US has pulled out of most of the climate accords. So I think there's no point of holding such a major event at an expense when nothing substantial comes out. It just becomes a holiday in the snow, and you get some pictures, you get to meet celebrities, people here and there, a bit of networking, but nothing substantial comes out. The world economy at this point of time, Kriti, is growing at mere 2.5%. A lot of developed economies are on the verge, either they are in recession or they are on the verge of recession. So in such a situation, if World Economic Forum can come out with a solution to pull out the world and the developed part of the world, so-called developed part of the world, from this recessionary trend, I think it will be helpful. Otherwise, this kind of gathering once in a year in snow-clad mountains doesn't really make any sense except for generating some media attention. As I said, some photo ops, photo shoots, some
Yeah.
reels being made here and there. Nothing very
And more than
substantial
that, there
personally.
are also allegations on the World Economic Forum of, perpetuating inequality, of, giving further push to neoliberal capitalism. What can really be done to address this? Because like you said, many are saying that World Economic Forum is not delivering anything concrete, but just delivering those photo op moments, some leader giving some talks on health, on mental health. But this is an economic forum that we all must remember.
So without sounding racist, Kriti, I must say that World Economic Forum has been dominated by the Western world. So countries coming from the global South, Africa, Southeast Asia, countries coming from a not so prosperous economic background, they are heard. It's not that they are not heard, but then it doesn't get converted to action, as I said. And there's an old saying that actions speak louder than words. So there are a lot of words spoken there, but the focus is on capitalism. The focus is on the growth of how the industry prospers, not how the community prospers. So if you're focusing on how the industry expands, how the business expands, well, it's World Economic Forum. It's not World Industry Forum. So when you use the World Economic Forum,
Yeah.
you include industry, businesses, and communities as well. I think communities have been sidelined, and countries from lesser prosperous backgrounds have been sidelined. I got no qualms in saying that, Kriti.
Sure. Okay. As far as Trump is concerned and his threat of tariffs now to the entire world, really, what do you think is really required to tame this bully?
I think he had a very dear friend in NATO, and America was one of the founding members of NATO, and Europe was one of the closest friends of America. But what he's done on Greenland recently, his possessiveness about Greenland, and when he says, I'm going to take it hard way or the soft way, I think this has irked the Scandinavian countries, Denmark, and UK, Germany, France, which were closest allies of US. They have deputed their symbolic military in Greenland. And in retaliation, he has declared 10% tariffs on them. So when you can start imposing tariffs on your own friends who've been allies for years and years, I think that speaks volumes that US is trying to alienate itself. US is trying to distance itself. US probably thinks it's coming from some other world. I mean, I'm hesitating to use the word US. I should say President Trump, because he's been trying to distance himself from all the friends that America has made over so many years. And it's a very sad situation when I found that he imposed tariffs on UK. Well, UK has been a yes man of US. They've been saying yes to everything. They were amongst the first to do a trade deal. And with this Greenland, he's now declared 10% tariffs on US, France, Germany. So who's actually US's friend? I think President Trump will have to spell out that who's actually an ally of US. If you ask me, one word answer is no one.
Okay, sure. Mr. Kohli, please to stay on with me as we proceed. We also to bring you some news from South Korea. Now, presidential office spokesperson has said that the country will seek favorable terms for US tariffs on imports of memory chips. Last year, South Korea had released a joint fact sheet on its trade deal with the US that included terms ensuring that South Korea will not receive unfavorable treatment from US tariffs on imported chips as compared to key competitors. Meanwhile, South Korean Trade Minister Yo Han-koo has said that US tariffs on some advanced computing chips would have a limited impact on South Korean companies. However, South Korea's Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix are among the world's biggest memory chip producers. Request Mr. Kohli to join me back and start with his first comments.
Well, I think Samsung and SK Hynix, the kind of chips they supply, we should not forget that there's NVIDIA in the US who are making chips, but they are of different kind. So the chips coming from Samsung and SK Hynix, they complement the chips chips being made by NVIDIA. So it is US's need to have these chips. That's why South Korea is seeking a favorable deal. But I must tell you, Kriti, here at this point of time, that it's becoming harder and harder to deal with US because the unpredictability of the trade is so high that every country doesn't know what's going to happen tomorrow, because there's a different opinion expressed today, then tomorrow it changes, day after it changes, the situation changes. So there is no consistency, there is no stability when anyone is dealing with US these days. I think that is what is making these comments come from South Korea, and I'm sure it's on the minds of the South Korean leaders that they don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, even if they make them agree today for a favorable I would say tariff structure on the chips. Well, they don't know what President Trump may dislike, and he will say, fine, I'm going to impose another 10% tariffs. But the fact of the matter is that the way US is progressing on NVIDIA and the way US is progressing on artificial intelligence and related equipments, I think it will find very hard to do without the chips being imported from Samsung or SK Hynix. Even if TSMC in Taiwan is fulfilling the requirement to a certain extent, but the chips being made by SK Hynix and Samsung are unique and needed by AI data, a push which the US is giving to its industry.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Mr. Kohli, for joining us. It's always a pleasure to have you on NewsX World. Moving ahead, viewers, there's some news now coming in from Greece. Now, a fire broke out near fuel storage facilities in Parama, west of Athens, in a densely populated area. The mayor of Parama says the flames rose as high as 20 meters along the main avenue, prompting authorities to issue a 112 emergency alert for residents. Firefighters rushed to the scene and managed to bring the blaze under control. Officials say the fire came dangerously close to fuel tanks located less than 500 meters from homes, which could have caused a massive explosion. Authorities continue to monitor the area to ensure the fire is fully extinguished and no further risks remain. And that's all we have time for. Thanks for watching NewsX World. For all international news and updates.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want...
Trump announces Board of Peace members. American leaders dominate executive board. Palestinian groups object to Gaza governance plan. US threatens renewed conflict if Hamas doesn't disarm. Here is all about Trump's Gaza Board of Peace.
Hello, I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching another episode of Explained with me. Now today we discuss Trump's Gaza Board of Peace. As the plan to end the Gaza conflict enters its second phase, the White House has released the names of the members who will be part of the senior executive working with the US President Donald Trump's new Board of Peace. With Trump as the chair, the founding executive board will oversee the work of a committee of technocrats tasked with the temporary governance of Gaza and its reconstruction. Each member is expected to be in charge of a portfolio that will be critical to Gaza's stabilization, the White House has said, but it is not yet clear who will be responsible for which priorities. There will also be a separate Gaza Executive Board responsible for overseeing all on-the-ground work of yet another administrative group, the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza. Meanwhile, the Board of Peace is expected to sit above these two executive bodies and comprise a number of world leaders. No women and no Palestinians have been announced so far on the executive board, but the White House said additional members will be announced over the coming weeks. So who is on the executive board? Former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair had long been talked about as a potential member of Trump's Board of Peace, with the US President confirming back in September 2025 that he had expressed an interest in joining the body. The former Labour Party leader was the UK Prime Minister from 1997 to 2007 and took the country into the Iraq War in 2003, a decision which means some may view his presence on the board as controversial. After leaving office, he served as Middle East envoy for the Quartet of International Powers, the United Nations, European Union, US and Russia from 2007 to 2015. Blair is the only founding member of the executive board who is not a US citizen. He previously described Trump's plan for Gaza as the best chance of ending 2 years of war, misery and suffering. As US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is central to the Trump administration's approach to foreign policy. Before Trump's return to office, Rubio had spoken out against a ceasefire in Gaza, saying that he wanted Israel to destroy every element of Hamas they can get their hands on. But he has since praised the first phase of the Israel-Hamas ceasefire deal signed in October as the best and only plan. Also in October, Rubio criticized a move by the Israeli parliament towards annexation of the occupied West Bank. US Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, a real estate magnate and golf partner to Trump, will also serve on the Gaza Executive Board. Earlier this month, Witkoff announced the start of Phase 2 of Trump's plan to end the war in Gaza, adding that it would see the reconstruction and full demilitarization of Gaza, including the disarmament of Hamas. He added that he expects Hamas to comply fully with its obligations under the deal or face serious consequences. Witkoff has been a central figure in US-led efforts to negotiate a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine, including holding a 5-hour meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow in December. Then there's Jared Kushner, the US president's son-in-law, has also played a key role in Trump administration's foreign policy negotiations. Alongside Witkoff, Kushner has often worked as a US mediator for the Russia-Ukraine and Israel-Gaza wars, and he will now also serve on the Gaza Executive Board. In November, he met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to discuss key sticking points in the peace deal. Then there is a billionaire Mark Rowan, who is the CEO of Apollo Global Management, a large private equity firm headquartered in New York. Rowan has been seen as a contender to become U.S. Treasury Secretary for Trump's second term. He will also be a member of the Gaza Executive Board. And then we have Ajay Banga, who is the president of the World Bank. He's advised a number of senior U.S. politicians, including President Barack Obama, during his lengthy career. Born in India in 1959, Banga became a U.S. citizen in 2007 and later served as the CEO of MasterCard for more than a decade. Former U.S. President Joe Biden nominated him to lead the World Bank in 2023. Robert Gabriel, a U.S. National Security Advisor, will be the final member of the founding executive board. Gabriel has worked with Trump since his 2016 presidential campaign, shortly after which, according to PBS, he became a special assistant to Stephen Miller, another of Trump's key current advisors. The White House has also named a separate 11-member Gaza Executive Board to support the technocratic body, including Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, UN Middle East Peace Coordinator Sigrid Kaag, United Arab Emirates International Cooperation Minister Reem Al-Hashimi, and Israeli Cypriot billionaire Yakir Gabe. Meanwhile, Trump has also invited leaders of many nations to join the Board of Peace to oversee the post-war transition in Gaza. Leaders that confirmed to have been invited include Albanian Prime Minister Edi Rama, Argentine President Javier Milei, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, Cypriot President Nikos Christodoulidis, and Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and European Union official also stated that European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen had been invited to represent the European Union. Now, Israel has objected to the U.S. announcement of members of the so-called Board of Peace, executive board appointed to lead the post-war Gaza. Meanwhile, the Palestinian militant group Islamic Jihad has criticized the composition of the board, saying it served Israel's interests. Now, it is not clear how the international force would ensure that Gaza is demilitarized. Hamas has not disbanded its battalions of armed fighters and has long regarded giving up all its weapons as tantamount to surrender, with armed struggle against Israel a crucial part of its ideology. Recently, Trump threatened Hamas with a renewed conflict if they did not disarm. The overwhelmingly American presence on the Board of Peace and the U.S. military leadership of the international peacekeeping force that will occupy the Gaza Strip reflects Trump's strong hand in overseeing the ceasefire agreement and reconstruction plan for Gaza, the terms of which were largely dictated by his administration. And even as hundreds continue to be killed amid the fragile ceasefire, Trump has counted Gaza among a growing list of wars that he claims to have ended. When the United Nations Security Council approved Trump's peace plan, Russia and China said that they had been abstained from the vote because the United States had not provided more details on how the Board of Peace would function and whether it would establish a Palestinian state or not. The separation of powers and authority remains unclear among the Executive Board, the Gaza Executive Board, and a third panel of Palestinian technocrats who are expected to manage the day-to-day administration of the enclave's government. And the relationship between the three authorities, one dominated by Americans, a larger council with a broader international roster, and a third composed of Palestinians, is likely to be fraught with tensions over how exactly Gaza should be governed and rebuilt. The UN resolution authorized the Board of Peace to oversee Gaza at least until the end of 2027, while stipulating that the Palestinian enclave would be managed day to day by the panel of Palestinian technocrats, known as the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza. The Trump administration is expected to name the full panel headed by Mr. Shahad, a former Palestinian deputy minister for planning, in the coming days. For now, that's all for this episode of Explained. Stay tuned as we bring you more in-depth insights and stories that matter.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Kriti Mehta. Today we turn our lens to the Horn of Africa, where a feud over water, power and survival has pitted the ancient civilizations of Egypt and Ethiopia against one another. The battleground, the Nile River, where Ethiopia's Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, or GERD, is fueling tension to unprecedented levels. And our familiar mediator has re-entered the fray. On January 16, US President Donald Trump announced his intention to restart mediation between Cairo and Addis Ababa. In a letter to Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, Trump declared that no state should unilaterally control the Nile. The Nile is the longest river in the world, serving 11 countries. But for Egypt, it is literally the artery of life. Cairo relies on the Nile for 97% of its water needs. Ethiopia, however, has built the GERD, Africa's largest hydroelectric project on the Blue Nile, which provides over 80% of the river's flow. Ethiopia sees the $4 billion dam as its ticket to prosperity, capable of doubling its electricity output and lifting millions out of poverty. So why the deadlock? Egypt calls the dam an existential threat. They fear that during times of drought, Ethiopia will hold back too much water, parching Egypt's farmlands and drinking supplies. Cairo demands a legally binding agreement on how much water is released downstream. Ethiopia, on the other hand, insists on its sovereign right to manage its resources. They argue the dam is for power generation, not water consumption, and that colonial-era treaties giving Egypt the lion's share of the water are no longer valid. Now the big question, why is Donald Trump so interested? Now this isn't Trump's first time stepping into the Nile waters. In 2020, during his first term, he led a mediation effort that ultimately collapsed when Ethiopia accused the US of siding with Egypt. Trump even stunned the world at the time by suggesting that Egypt might blow up the dam if no deal was reached. So why come back to it now in 2026? First, there might be the Nobel factor. Trump has repeatedly positioned himself as the world's ultimate deal maker. Solving a decade-long water war in Africa would be crowning jewel in his foreign policy legacy. Second, his relationship with President al-Sisi. Trump has previously called Sisi his favorite dictator and praised his recent role in mediating the Gaza ceasefire. By backing Egypt on the Nile, Trump strengthens a critical alliance in the Middle East. In his latest post, Trump has reframed the dam not as a weapon but as a regional utility. He suggests Ethiopia should give or sell excess electricity to Egypt and Sudan in exchange for guaranteed water flows. But is mediation even possible at this stage? In September 2025, Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed formally inaugurated the dam. It is now a fait accompli. It is full, it's operational, and it's a point of intense national pride in Ethiopia. Meanwhile, Egypt is already struggling with water scarcity. Sudan, the third player in the triangle, is deep in its own internal conflicts, making regional coordination even more complex. So what's next? Trump's re-entry into the Nile dispute marks a shift back to pressure diplomacy. If he can convince Ethiopia to agree to a binding drought management plan, he averted a potential war. If not, his intervention might only deepen the rift between the nations of the Nile. For now, the river flows, but the tension remains at high tide. Joining me now in this discussion is Ali Mohammed Abushbak, who's a Middle East researcher, and he joins us from Cairo. Ali, thank you very much for joining me. Let's start with the first question. How pragmatic or fructifying, if at all, could Trump's Nile Peace Board proposal be in resolving the GERD dispute, given that we've seen past US mediation fail like in 2020?
Thank you, Kriti, for having me. And thanks, the information that you have informed about it, it's very crucial and very important about the relationship between Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, the president of Egypt, and Donald Trump. Usually, Donald Trump, he used to praise Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and he considered him as a strong leader for Egypt and in the area. In fact, the role of Egypt in the region, it's very important for United States and for Donald Trump, in fact, because of the gap, I mean, the power vacuum in the region after the war in Gaza and after several of events happened. There is a power vacuum in the area, especially we are talking about Israel and the Abraham Accord. Up to now, there is no any progress about it. That's prohibited Israel to lead the region, Middle East. So he's looking for any leader to lead this area and to be one of strongest man or strongest regime or power to fill this gap and to be one of the to be one of the who's handle this area. These things, I guess, Donald Trump, he thinks the appropriate person is Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, especially we are talking about Saudi Arabia, one of the strongest country economically and military in the region, but has a limited role in the area and couldn't find any mediating recently. It has a no role in mediating the conflict between Israel and Gaza, also as Hezbollah. Saudi Arabia usually failed in filling this power vacuum, especially in Lebanon, try to interfere and try to enhance the situation in Lebanon, but up to now the situation in Lebanon is fragile. Turkey usually now it's not have any interesting about the Middle East. It's more looking for the international and to be as an international power instead of regional power. So also as we want to talk about Emirat, also Emirat has a significant issue and controversial issue about the role of Emirat in Sudan as well as in Yemen. So that's make it not appropriate choice for Donald Trump. This is
Right.
on one side. Another side, Donald Trump he want to be as a peacemaker.
Yeah.
According to recent poll in United States, most of the American, they are not happy and opposite the military action or military behavior in the Middle East or in internal special in foreign policy for United States. That's coming after the Donald Trump, what he has done in Venezuela and arresting Maduro. Most of the Americans, they are not happy and they are disagree this attitude and this kind of policy. Also, I guess using the military power against United States or America or Israel also enemy, that's make it most of the American audience not happy and not satisfied for them. there is also that economically United States nowadays it's unstable. There is a protest in United States. So Donald Trump, he's want to represent himself as a peacemaker.
Okay.
That's it. What he's trying to handle it, and he want to mediating the conflict between Egypt and Ethiopia.
Okay, Ali, now Egypt is also viewing the Nile as an existential resource. Will Trump's emphasis on drought guarantees for Cairo alienate Ethiopia, which prioritizes its right over its resources over fixed quotas?
Kriti thinks is both of them. Ethiopia is considered as a right for it to use a resource of Nile, as well as Egypt consider it as a security, as a national security matter for it. So usually Cairo used to rise up of the language and the escalation and saying that according to several of Egyptian military and the Egyptian representative, they used to think all the option is open, and one of the option is a military effort to hand over to end and closure this chapter of GERD. So the thing says Egypt consider it has a right, since the Nile River, it's one of the lifeline for drink and for the water, and the significant sources for the water for Egypt. Especially we are talking about Egypt is a desert area, so has no resources for water except the Nile River. So if Ethiopia is going to do this faith for the dam, and that's impacting both Egypt and Sudan. And we are not talking about Sudan because Sudan has a several of internal conflict.
Yeah, let's talk about Sudan now, Ali. With Sudan's civil war sidelining it from talks, what role might the Technocratic Committee play in bridging the operational gaps on data sharing and flood management?
In my opinion, Sudan is not interesting now about the foreign conflict or about the clashes, speech clashes between Sudan and Ethiopia. It now has a significant, I guess, matter for them to tie their internal cases, especially after several of fight against the follower of Hamidati, and nowadays Sudanian army has a several of developed, and also several of countries supporting the Sudanian army instead of Hamidati's forces. So I guess Sudan has a several of challenge nowadays, and in my opinion, Sudan can't be end this conflict very soon and very easily, since the fighting is still ongoing, and several of issue internal the community. We are talking about the economical damage collapse, the society collapse, the social life collapse. More than 8 million of Sudan immigrated from Sudan or flee from Sudan to another country, one of them Egypt. So now there is an empty place, a power vacuum in Sudan, as well as Sudan has a special cases. We are, because of the previous regime used to support Muslim Brotherhood, and now the new regime, it's not changed its policy, and up to now we are talking about South Sudan and North Sudan. That make it more incredible, the situation, and fragile, in my opinion, in the conflict. And the technocrat government that it's talking about Sudan, it's not ready to handle all of these situation, as several of the challenge facing them. I'm not optimist about their success, as well as I'm not optimist about the ceasefire in Sudan or in the clashes in Sudan.
Okay.
We are more than 4 years they are fighting, and up to now there is no any crucial time to whom the victory. So since several of country interfere in Sudan, I will not mention countries who is supporting whom, because this is a very important question. Make it more incredible. Previously, also Libya, it was several of country interfere in Libya and supporting for some forces in the state of the army in Libya. And up to now, there is a fragmentation in Libya, Benghazi, and other areas. Also, we are talking about Yemen. Several of countries interfere in Yemen and separated the government and separated Yemen to south and north. That's it. Also, the same scenario will happen to Sudan, as well as it will happen in case in Syria, in case Ahmad al-Sharh is not going to finish his duty and to make a security as a priority for him.
Okay, Ali, talking about the conflict at hand, Trump's letters also warned against military escalation. Now, with recent Egyptian naval drills and Ethiopian dam defenses, do you see the time is right for diplomacy to achieve the desired objective?
That's it. Donald Trump, he proposed his willingness to mediate the conflict between Egypt and Ethiopia. I guess that now Donald Trump, he realized the role of diplomacy in solve the issue in Middle East. Recently in Iran protest, we have seen how much Donald Trump, he escalated from it and raised his tone to wage a war against Iran. And yesterday he canceled his willingness to wage a war against Iran, because he believes in diplomacy way now after that the confirmation about the execution in Iran. They are refused to execute more than 800 of the protesters. So now Donald Trump, he realized the way of diplomatic to hand and to resolve the conflict in this area. In my opinion, Egypt as well as it's not ready for war against Ethiopia, and Ethiopia it's not. In my opinion, Ethiopia has no power to resist Egypt in case they are going to escalate the situation to turn to conflict or to harsh power in a state of soft power. So this is I guess this is the language of Donald Trump term nowadays, and his policy now. He's going through the diplomatic in a state of conflict and military solution.
All right. Okay.
Then most of the American is not accepted American military intervention in Middle East.
All right, Ali. Thank you very much then for joining me in this discussion with your opinion. Viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this episode of Deep Dive on NewsX World. We hope you enjoyed the conversation. With that, it's a wrap. Stay tuned to NewsX World for all international news and updates.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's start with a check of the top headlines this hour. US President Donald Trump threatened escalating tariffs on key European allies unless the US is allowed to buy Greenland. Duties would start at 10% on February 1 and rise to 25% by June. European leaders rejected the demand, warning it could damage NATO unity, derail trade deals, and deepen transatlantic tensions. Syrian government forces advanced into Kurdish-held areas near the Euphrates, taking Tabqa and key dams despite US calls to stop. Kurdish-led SDF accused the army of violating a withdrawal deal and warned it would fight to hold remaining towns and oil fields. Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei accused President Trump of fueling deadly protests that killed over 3,000 people. Khamenei called Trump a criminal, while Iran blamed the unrest on US and Israeli interference amid mass arrests and internet shutdowns. European Union and Mercosur leaders have signed the landmark free trade agreement in Paraguay after 25 years of negotiations, paving the way for what would become the European Union's largest ever trade deal. The accord covers the European Union with Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay, but still requires approval from the European Parliament. New York City Mayor Mamdani has appointed Tricia Shimamura as the city's new Parks Department Commissioner, tasking her with managing more than 30,000 acres of land. Mamdani praised Shimamura's decade-long record of public service, while Shimamura called the role an honor and vowed to make a difference. According to IMF statements, the International Monetary Fund has approved a $260 million disbursement for Ethiopia after completing the fourth review of its 48-month extended credit facility, bringing total IMF support under the program to just over $2.18 billion. Syria's communications minister Abdul Salman Haikal said that internet users can now access the Google Play Store without a VPN and that most Google services are expected to return to Syria soon. The restoration follows the removal of Syria from US Treasury's off-act sanctions list last year. According to a Department of Justice letter filed with Judge Paul Engelmeyer, the US Justice Department has urged a New York federal judge to reject lawmakers Rock Khanna and Thomas Massey's push for a special master to oversee the release of Jeffrey Epstein-related files. Alright viewers, let's start with the top news now coming in is from Greenland. Dutch Foreign Minister David Van Wiel has criticized US President Donald Trump's threat to impose tariffs on European allies unless they agreed to sell Greenland to the US. Van Wiel called the threat a blackmail, adding that it's unnecessary and damages the NATO alliance. Trump announced a 10% tariff on goods from Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Finland, and Great Britain, effective February 1. These countries have pledged to contribute personnel to NATO's Greenland mission. Van Wiel pointed out that the mission was about showing Europe's commitment to defending Greenland, and he opposed Trump linking it to trade demands. Trump has long insisted on full ownership of Greenland, citing its strategic importance and mineral resources. However, both Denmark and Greenland have made it clear that the island is not for sale, and people of Greenland do not want to join the US. All right, I have Dr. Satoru Nagao, fellow at the Hudson Institute of Tokyo, joining me in this discussion. Thanks very much, Dr. Nagao, for joining me. Firstly, how do you react to the protests that are now growing in different parts of Europe on Trump's tariff threats if he does not get Greenland from Europe?
This problem has happened because of the two sides the perception. There is a gap. In the American side, under the Trump administration, Greenland is part of the American continent. This means that America's influential area, At least it should be. So that's why the defense and security matter is important, and China and Russia expanding influence, that is the concerning point. But to deal with China and Russia, America must lead this move, is America's idea. In, but in case of the Europe, Europe has already had the Greenland, so that's why the European countries think America's concern is China and Russia, and increasing the share of the security burden will be the solution. That's why the European countries send the troops in the Greenland and try to fill the gap of the defense and security in this area. So, view from the United States, this is not the answer because U.S. thinks this is this area should be America's influence area. So, to deal with China and Russia, America must do themselves without support from Europeans. So that's why currently, even if the European countries send the troops to fill the security gap in the Greenland, and view from the European, this is a contribution of the America's security. But view from the Trump administration, this is offensive. America want to get Greenland, but European try to defend it. Something like that. So perceptual gap has happened. And the American side, the Trump administration side, rise the tariff against countries which send the troops to the Greenland. That has happened. So view from Europe, despite they try to contribute American security, why the U.S. try to impose the tariff to this country, this is completely unexpected. But such kind of the gap of the perception has happened, I think.
All right. As far as the transatlantic alliance is concerned, do you think that with Trump's tariff threats and with the European Union pushing its troops to Greenland amidst this acquisition bid threat, do you think the entire DNA of the alliance is now going to change?
Yes, the mood is bad, but in this case, America do not need the European military power, but European country needs American military power. So in this case, if the negotiation has happened from the two sides, between two sides, in this case, America has the advantage in European does not have is my current situation. So view from the emotional situation, trust has broken by such kind of the offensive negotiation, and that is true. But at the same time, the view from the cards, diplomatic cards they have to deal between two. In this case, still America has some advantage because European need America, but America do not need Europe. That is a military reality in this negotiation.
And how do you see the statement that's come out from Donald Trump, the one that we're flashing on our screens right now? The post, in fact, that he's put out to say that he's long subsidized Denmark. Why do you think the absence of trade barriers is now being called as a subsidy by one nation to another?
The United States, anyway, United States want to get Greenland for security or for rare earths, or these are the reasons people guess, and I also agree. But in this case, negotiation cards should be the different. Originally, President Trump tried to show anything could happen, including a military operation to occupy Greenland. But at the same time, as a reality, America should not use military power against the ally. So that's why this is indeed impossible card American can use. So as a gesture, the America used a military operation, but the reality is a more practical card is needed. And finally, they find is money-related issue. Firstly, the providing money to the people in Greenland, or another card is rising tariff. So this is a negotiation between allies. So military is not the main card to deal. Instead of this, money is the main card to deal. The Trump administration tried to use it. That's why rising tariff has happened. And delivering money is also the U.S. can suggest. And so money, why they are talking? Because this is relatively practical between the allies. That is my current situation, I think.
Okay. Thanks and very much, Dr. Nagao, for joining me and speaking to us here at NewsX World. With that, viewers, we're now going to shift. Now, Qatar is saying that its representative, Ali Al-Thawadi, is part of the US-backed Gaza Executive Board to support international efforts for effective governance and long-term peace in Gaza. Thawadi, a key figure in Qatar's mediation efforts, has engaged with Israel, Hamas and other partners and played a role in Trump's 20-point Gaza plan. Israel publicly criticized the board's composition, particularly the involvement of Thawadi and Turkey's foreign minister. Prime Minister Netanyahu is holding cabinet and security meetings today, reportedly in response to the board's formation, with Iran also on the agenda. I now have Mohammed Osman, who is international relations expert from Cairo, joining me in this discussion.
Thank you for having me, Kriti.
Thanks very much, Osman, for joining me. Firstly, let's talk about the fact that there is no Palestinian in this group. There's no woman in this group. It's a male-dominated, American-dominated group that Trump has put forward.
Yeah, it's quite amusing because right now we have three institutions that have been established for the future governance of Gaza, starting with the Board of Peace, led by President Trump, and this executive board that will aid the Palestinian National Committee, Transitional Committee, in its administration of Gaza. And then you have the Palestinian National Administrative Committee led by Dr. Ali Shah, which include one woman. So one woman in three of the councils, unfortunately. But despite the lack of gender representation, gender fair or gender just representation in these councils, this is not really the primary concern at this point. The primary concern is the viability of these institutions and their ability to actually push forward the peace agenda in Gaza and push forward the agenda of early recovery and reconstruction, because it seems that Israel has given signals already with its public statements that it's not going to play game, that it's not going to be cooperative and flexible to the extent which allows these institutions to actually push the Trump plan forward. And this will require, of course, more pressure from the United States on the Israeli side so that they would cooperate and comply with their obligations under the Trump peace plan and the Sharm el-Sheikh agreement. However, at the same time, we have seen reports from the Israeli media that indicate that Prime Minister Netanyahu's criticism of these committees and these governing structures is not really that genuine as one might think. It has been reported that the Israelis and the Israeli government, and Prime Minister Netanyahu in particular, was informed and briefed with these developments, and that he is taking these public stances at the moment in order to appease the right-wing elements in his government, especially the likes of Ben Gvir and Smotrich in his cabinet at this point, to prevent a collapse of his ruling coalition. However, at the same time, this might indicate that the Israelis might allow or at least partially be flexible with these governing structures, even though I do have my doubts. On the ground, the Israelis are expanding the yellow line, occupying more land, resuming the killing every day. Almost every day, there are strikes and violations of the ceasefire that lead to fatalities among civilians. Since the ceasefire went into effect about 3 months ago, over 500 Palestinians, most of them civilians, have died in Israeli attacks. So this hardly sounds like a textbook ceasefire to me. The Israelis have a very demented definition of a ceasefire where one side gets to shoot and advance and change the front lines and the areas of control. I think we will have to wait and see whether the National Committee will be allowed into Gaza to govern. Right now they are in Egypt. They are supposed to move in the near future into Gaza. Hamas has expressed its will to hand over power in the areas of control to the National Committee. Is Hamas also being genuine and completely cooperative? This also stands to or remains to be seen in the very near future, Kriti.
All right, Shah, do you also see this Board of Peace now turning into a Trump versus Netanyahu battle after Israel's objection to the members of the board, especially when these two have been the strongest allies that the world have known?
Well, let's not kid ourselves. I don't think that because battles have to happen between peers, between equals. Netanyahu and Trump are not equals. The United States is the patron of Israel, and Netanyahu understands that very well. He will never drag himself or drag his country into a squabble or a confrontation with the United States, especially with the existence of a president with the temperament of Donald Trump. I think he understands that very well. However, Netanyahu is very skilled in manipulating President Trump and getting his way around eventually. And let's not forget, Netanyahu is being more flexible in Gaza, or as allowing these structures to developments to take place, and being at least cooperative behind the scenes with the Americans in exchange for possible military action against Hezbollah in Lebanon, and also possibly a new conflict with Iran, as we have discussed this previously, and we see with the current developments in the region. So it's not that simple. Netanyahu will not just risk all of this in order for to embarrass Trump in his bid to at least project the illusion that he is advancing the peace agenda forward in Gaza. And the Israelis can obstruct the implementation of these plans and the Trump plan on the ground in a very subtle manner that will not provoke the Americans. And we have seen how the Americans have dealt with 3 months of Israeli violations. The first phase of the agreement was implemented in a very distorted way. Only the Palestinian side honored their commitments. The Israelis largely ignored and violated most of their commitments under the agreement. And as you can see, Kriti, I believe that the second phase will witness very similar trends to the first phase, a very distorted implementation that will be void of any actual meaning that will serve the beleaguered people of Palestine and Gaza.
All right, Shah, Osman requested to stay on with us as we proceed now. We're going to cover some news from Iran. Viewers, Iranian authorities have verified at least 5,000 deaths in the protests that have erupted across the country, including around 500 security personnel. The official, who requested anonymity due to sensitivity of the issue, revealed that some of the most violent clashes took place in the Kurdish regions of northwest Iran, a hotspot where Kurdish separatists have historically been active. The Iranian government has blamed foreign interference, including Israel and armed groups abroad, for fueling the unrest, accusing them of equipping and supporting the protesters. Human rights groups, including the US-based Harana, estimate the death toll at 3,308, with over 24,000 arrests confirmed. In addition, the Iranian Kurdish rights group Hengo has reported that the heaviest clashes and most violent scenes have occurred in Kurdish-dominated areas. The situation remains tense, particularly in the northwest, with authorities expressing hope that the final toll won't rise significantly. Mohammed, I request you to join me back in the discussion here. Firstly, let's talk about the fact that yesterday Khomeini had issued a statement and said that US-linked, Israel-linked actors are behind thousands of people killed in Iran. After Trump had said that, thanking Iran in fact had said that executions will be stopped. So of course there's a lack of clarity. Some of the people on ground have reported to have said that they've seen 5,000 of people lying dead. So clearly the fact now that the US rights group's death toll is also significantly lower than the Iranian official death toll Why do you think this mismatch has now come, particularly after Trump's statement saying that executions were stopped because Trump spoke to Iran?
Independent sources and human rights groups in Iran, or who are focused on Iran as well as the Iranian opposition, wants to basically point out to President Trump and the Americans that the situation, that the American red lines were not honored, basically, that the Iranian authorities have massacred the protests as part of their very harsh crackdown to end these protests and these riots. So they want to point out the fact that even though President Trump conditioned any possible intervention or threat of intervention, its implementation on whether the Iranian government would kill protesters en masse or not, they want to deliver the message that they have been killed en masse on likely an unprecedented level, because in previous riots and in previous uprisings, never have they reached these very high death tolls. 5,000 protesters, according to Reuters and some sources inside Iran. This, of course, are staggering statistics. So, of course, however, this 5,000 figure can be a bit misleading because it includes hundreds of security personnel. It includes also people who were killed by the rioters. These were not entirely peaceful protests. They started out as peaceful protests. However, they turned into riots and armed acts of rebellion afterwards. And I'm not defending how the Iranian regime is conducting itself. However, we have to be objective and look at how we look at this and how the United States and Israel are trying to employ this internal situation in Iran in order to pressure Iran to give more concessions, or even as a pretext for a possible war of regime change that we might witness, by the way, in the next few weeks, if not few days, given the current American military movements in the region, the posturing and the mobilization of massive military assets and the carrier group coming from Southeast Asia to the Middle East. So things are heading towards an escalatory trajectory, it seems, at this point. So
Osman, many experts have spoken to us and told us that a regime change at this point in time is unlikely, even if Khamenei goes out, which, like I said, is unlikely as per many. Who is it that's going to fill the vacuum? Reza Pahlavi has only issued calls for protest but hasn't even turned up on ground so far. So there's also clearly discontentment against him.
Reza Pahlavi is not being taken seriously by the Americans. I would assure you that, and I've spoken to people on several sides, and I know that he's not being taken seriously, at least by the American side at this point, because he does not have the credentials or the gravitas, basically, of a statesman who can fill the vacuum in case the regime falls. And the idea that taking out Khamenei, as you correctly pointed out in my viewpoint, taking out Khamenei like the way they took out Nicolas Maduro by assassinating Khamenei or something of the like, it will not really necessarily lead to regime collapse or a change in the regime's policy. It will just be replaced by another senior cleric or a senior member of the regime supported by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. And basically, the Iranian regime will even be more hardline and defiant in its stance. And the idea that the regime might fall or is on the verge of falling, I think, was a miscalculation on the part of the Americans and the Israelis. The protests were massive. However, how the Americans intervened and supported, and the Israelis supported these protests openly, and even the Israelis revealed that they are actually giving actual support to some elements on the ground to fuel the protests. This basically discredited the protests in the eyes of the Iranian public, so they lost support. Basically, eventually. So I think it was very counterproductive how the US and the Israelis dealt with these massive demonstrations against the regime. It led to their failure, and it made a regime crackdown on them easier. As Khamenei pointed out in his speech, those are agents of the West, which is not really true. These were massive demonstrations, genuine popular uprising against a despotic regime in Iran that has failed to deliver on many of its objectives, that has repressed the Iranians for decades, that has caused the economic collapse of the country with their irresponsible foreign policy due to the sanctions. But on the other hand, by basically attempting to direct this uprising as a tool of foreign hegemony by the United States, it discredited it inside Iran, because Iran is a proud nation. It's not some rump state. It is a civilizational nation state with its deep roots in history, and it has an established strong state institutions. So they will not really give that away in return for regime change from abroad. So this is the problem, and this is the conundrum, really, Kriti. However, my fear is that the Americans and the Israelis still do believe that military pressure on the Iranians might work. And even the Israelis are trying to pitch the idea that regime change is something that can be affordable, even though it can cause a vacuum that will cause a whole new phase of chaos and pandemonium in the Middle East.
All right, Osman, do stay on with me as we proceed. Request your opinion once more. Viewers, now Syrian troops are engaged in combat with US-backed Kurdish-led forces, have captured the Omar oil field, the largest in the country, along with the Konoko gas field in eastern Deir Zone province, as allied Arab tribal forces advanced in the oil-rich area near the Iraqi border. According to reports, the capture of the oil fields east of the Euphrates River, a key revenue source for the Kurdish-led forces, dealt a significant blow to the group, as it has been deprived as the state of resources used by the military. The Syrian army has pressed ahead into predominantly Arab-populated areas of southeast Syria controlled by the US-backed Syrian Democratic Forces, despite US calls to halt its advance. Osman, I request you once again to join us and begin with your comments first.
Well, the situation in Syria has deteriorated substantially. What began as a military operation in Aleppo to expel the SDF of this area, it seemed at this point that this was an arrangement that the Americans agreed to after some extensive Turkish and Syrian lobbying at Washington, that they would allow the Syrian government to basically expel the SDF, the Syrian Democratic Forces, out of the western part of the Euphrates River. However, today there are very dangerous developments because the Syrian government forces or pro-government forces and tribal militias as well that are supportive of the government have crossed the Euphrates River, seizing vast swaths of territory, including the major city of Raqqa, which basically, according to many reports, has fallen already, or most of it has fallen to the pro-government forces. So it seems this is either one of two things. It's either that the Syrian government is testing its limits and seeing how far it can go in its pursuit of reestablishing control over as much of Syria as it can, and to weaken the SDF and even topple it, or the US has just thrown their historical ally, the SDF, under Turkish pressure, under the bus, basically in return for certain guarantees. I think we will find out in the next few hours, but it seems now there is some diplomatic movement by the United States. Tom Barak is in Damascus. The U.S. Special Envoy to Syria and Lebanon is reportedly in Damascus at the moment. It has been reported that Mazloum Abdi, the head of the SDF, is in contact with both Tom Barak and Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara at this point, and that there was also some mediation welcomed by the Americans from the side of the Iraqi Kurdish provincial government in Iraqi Kurdistan in order to attempt to de-escalate the situation. It has been reported that Mazloum Abdi was offered the position of being the government of Hasaka, which is the largest Kurdish city in the eastern Euphrates area, in exchange, of course, for allowing the rapid reintegration into Syrian state structure and basically de-establishing the de facto autonomous government of the Kurds in the eastern Euphrates River. However, it's too early to determine whether there is a political deal behind closed doors, or that if seriously the SDF has been sold out by the Americans and now the Syrian government, and supported by Turkey, will just take them out and re-establish control of the government on the eastern banks of the Euphrates. Very, very rapid developments in Syria indeed.
Yeah, sure. Thanks very much, Osman, for joining us and helping us with those details. Moving ahead, viewers, there's some tragic news now coming in from Austria, where 8 people have been killed in a series of avalanches across the Austrian Alps as rescuers urge skiers to heed repeated warnings about dangerous snow conditions. In the Murtal district of Styria, 3 Czech ski tourers were swept away and buried by a massive avalanche. Rescuers located them, but all three were later found dead. Earlier in the day, an avalanche struck off skiers in the Pongau region near Salzburg, killing 4 and injuring another in the Gastein Valley. Officials say the recent heavy snowfall has made slopes highly unstable, and rescue teams are warning outdoor enthusiasts to stick to marked trails and follow safety advisories. District Mountain Rescue Head Gerhard Kremser described the situation as extremely serious and said clear warnings were issued ahead of the incidents. This tragedy follows other recent avalanche deaths in the Alps, including incidents in neighboring Switzerland and France, underscoring the ongoing dangers in winter mountain areas. And that's all we have time for. Thanks for watching NewsX World. For all international news and updates.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Kriti Mehta. Tonight, the transatlantic alliance is at a breaking point. US President Donald Trump has issued an ultimatum that would redraw the map of the Arctic and the terms of global trade. In a sweeping move, he has tied the fiscal security of 8 nations to the physical ownership of the world's largest island, Greenland. In his latest Truth Social post, Donald Trump declared that starting February 1, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the UK, the Netherlands and Finland will all be slapped with a 10% tariff on all exports to the US. By June 1, that rate hikes to 25%. The stated goal? To force the complete and total purchase of Greenland. But the nations in the crosshairs aren't just watching from the sidelines. How are they responding? What options do they have if, as they have repeatedly stated, Greenland is not for sale? Denmark and Greenland have issued their strongest rebukes to date. Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen has called this a fundamental disagreement, stating that the ambition to take over Greenland is unacceptable, and the numbers back her up. Recent polls show 85% of Greenlanders oppose joining the United States. Only 6% would support leaving Denmark for Washington. On the ground, the response is military. In a symbolic rejection of US pressure, nations like Germany, France, and the UK have joined Operation Arctic Endurance. This has seen the deployment of small but significant teams of officers to Greenland to reassert Danish sovereignty. Danish Major General Soren Andersen has reminded the world that under Danish law, their soldiers are obligated to fight back if attacked even by an ally. So what are the economic weapons in Europe's arsenal? The first casualty is the July 2025 trade accord. European Union lawmakers are already moving to halt the deal, which had previously capped tariffs at 15%. Manfred Weber, leader of the largest bloc in the European Parliament, stated this weekend that an agreement is now impossible. Beyond that, Brussels is threatening to intensify enforcement of the Digital Markets Act, which could lead to billions in fines for US tech giants, a direct tit-for-tat response to Trump's tariffs. If Denmark continues to refuse the sale, what are the off-ramps to prevent a total economic collapse? Diplomats are scrambling to offer Trump a win without a land transfer. First, the mineral deal. Greenland holds 1.5 million tons of rare earth reserves, the second largest in the world. The US and Greenland currently have a memoranda of understanding to jointly survey mineral resources. As of 2025, US-based Critical Metals Corp has renewed a deal to supply up to 10,000 metric tons annually of rare earth concentrate from the Tanbreez project mines. Reports suggest that an expansion of these agreements have been discussed, but American officials insist full ownership is the only outcome acceptable to them. Second, the expanded basing. The US already operates a Pituffik space base with 200 troops through a defense agreement reached with Denmark all the way back in 1951. The high-level working group that met on January 14 reportedly discussed expanding American access through this agreement as opposed to outright ownership. Third, the compact model. Insiders suggest a compact of free association similar to deals with Palau or Micronesia has also been discussed. This would give the US security control in exchange for massive economic subsidies without an outright purchase. However, the ramifications of the tariffs themselves may be the hardest part to negotiate. For US consumers, the cost of standing firm is measured in billions. According to the Tax Foundation, the average US household could see an additional $1,500 in costs in 2026 as the weighted average tariff rate hits 11.2%, the world's highest since World War II. In the automotive sector, Germany is already feeling the pinch. Car exports to the US fell by 14% in the first 3 quarters of 2025 alone. If the 25% levy goes into effect, Porsche and Mercedes-Benz face a combined potential loss of $3.7 billion. Meanwhile, the Netherlands, which exported $35 billion in goods to the US in 2024, warns that semiconductor supply chains will shudder, potentially stalling the global AI race and definitely aggravating the stress being driven by tensions with China. Legal hurdles also loom at the home. The US Supreme Court is currently weighing the legality of the International Economic Emergency Powers Act, or the IEEPA. The administration has used this to bypass congressional oversight, but JP Morgan analysts warn that a ruling against the government could annul $180 billion in analyzed tariff revenue, stripping the funding for Trump's Golden Dome defense shield. What's next then? Trump calls it the Golden Dome defense. Europe calls it economic coercion. If Denmark relents, Trump secures a geopolitical prize 150 years in the making. If not, the transatlantic alliance may face a rift that no deal maker can repair. As the February 1 deadline ticks closer, the world is watching to see if the Arctic Cold War turns into a global trade freeze. I now invite Freddie Swain, who is former Danish ambassador to India from Copenhagen, to join me in this discussion. Thanks very much, Ambassador, for joining me here at NewsX World's Deep Dive. We appreciate you taking time out to speak to us.
Thank you very much.
Ambassador, let's start with the first question. You've recently called the idea of one NATO ally seeking to acquire the territory of another as unprecedented in modern history. In your opinion, does this latest overture by Trump mark a permanent shift in the DNA of the transatlantic alliance?
Yes, of course, as I said earlier on, it's unprecedented, and with the new layer of tensions being built up from US side, of course, the threat towards the alliance is the biggest ever. However, we also have to look into the fact that on the European side, everybody is rallying behind the very strong and firm position of the Kingdom of Denmark. So this is no longer just a bilateral issue, if you like. It's really Europe against US. So it can spin out of control, obviously, but still, I think we can manage to find a solution one way or another. So it'll take a little bit of time, and as new statements are being poured upon us, then of course you have to look into how to respond. And I am of the strongest opinion that you have to stay firm. If you do not really follow a firm line, then you have almost lost your independence. But we are far from that, but there are very, very unpleasant signs that things are getting out of control. But Europe has to stay firm and rallying behind this position that we cannot give up, will never give up territory that belongs to the Kingdom of Denmark. Obviously not.
You've also strongly advocated for back-channel diplomacy over the vocal diplomacy that we see now on social media. However, now with the 10% tariff hitting in February and 25% by June, has the window for quiet behind-the-scenes negotiation already closed? And is the European Union now effectively forced into a public trade war?
I think there are, of course, obviously ways still really to conduct diplomacy. Perhaps should not be too much in the open that you are having discussions and what has been agreed and so forth. But now it's out in the public, and I think given whatever we are looking into, EU will, together with Denmark, of course, being a member of the European Union, will have to respond very firmly. And if we have a trade war, then the trade war will be costly for all included, US, the European side. But what to do, you have to respond and stay firm on this.
Sure. Now, if Greenland is not for sale, if that remains the non-negotiable stance of the Danish Queen and Parliament, what is the realistic compromise that avoids a global trade freeze?
I think there's no, I mean, the red line is very, very clear. It's been repeated so many times, but still, obviously, common sense, which is something that we all have to follow at some point of time, will prevail. And therefore, you need to look into what kind of instruments do you have in order to secure that Greenland is not being, let's say, taken forcefully, and what can you do in order to, let's say, understand a little bit the American concerns when it comes to security of that, the Arctic area, obviously. But there's no doubt that Greenland is not for sale, will never be up for sale, and then the US side will have to accommodate these views through. Obviously, you can't have a military intervention that will destroy everything and destroy the global north, so to say.
Sure. Ambassador, now Trump's post argues that the US has subsidized Denmark and the European Union for centuries by not charging the tariffs. Now, from the perspective of Danish trade, how do you respond to the idea that the absence of trade barriers is a subsidy rather than a mutually beneficial economic foundation?
I don't think there's a new kind of aspect to it. This has been a constant argument from the US side and that's why they decide to impose tariffs almost across the world. So I see it more like a instrument for negotiations. We don't like what you have been doing, so therefore we like to punish you one way or another, and then you have to respond to that. But given whatever has been said the last days and the last hours, of course, you have to respond to that. And EU is, of course, also capable of responding to it. The argument that you have more or less robbed the American taxpayers, I think if you talk about NATO, the NATO countries have agreed really to increase their spending on defense. Denmark and others have also said we are going to invest even more in the security of the Arctic. So, of course, for many years, we were under the umbrella of US. US was financing most of NATO and so forth, but the member states have listened carefully to the American views, and we have responded to that wish, and therefore you're seeing a huge increase in defense spending across the NATO countries, but also individually and in Denmark as such. So I think the argument is there, but it's not black and white in that sense. The sense is that we have listened, we have now taken our own responsibility, and that should also be taken into consideration in US.
Sure. Now, Trump has also suggested that 8 European nations have journeyed to Greenland for purposes unknown. And he says that they are playing a dangerous game. Now, these missions, which are known as Operation Arctic Endurance and Arctic Sentry, were publicly announced as pre-coordinated NATO exercises. Why is there now such a massive disconnect between what European allies describe as transparent cooperation and what Washington is labeling as potentially perilous mystery?
I think there's literally no disconnect. Those on the US side who would have to respond to that invitation that was extended, they could have done it. So it's not a mystery. It's perhaps more a mystery why US is reacting in the way they are doing. And perhaps the right person to ask would be the US side or the US president. I don't think this was in any way a surprise. It's something that has been planned, and the US was also invited, but did decline. So I don't see any mystery. Perhaps it's just part of this upheated level of arguments, trying really to change the whole game. And this is a game where you're playing all your cards, but we are just as clever and smart as on the other side. So hopefully we will all realize on both sides that common sense has to prevail, and diplomacy still is an option, but diplomacy cannot be played around in the public. It has to be done back channel, and then you will have the opportunity to make pros and cons and weigh out what kind of solution that could be beneficial to each and every party involved in this very, very strange situation.
All right. Ambassador Swain, thanks then very much.
Dhanyavad.
All right, viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this episode of Deep Dive. We hope you enjoyed the discussion and the conversation with the former Denmark ambassador to India. With that, stay tuned to NewsX World.
in the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
The Nobel Prize is priceless. Medals hold more than just gold. Political power shapes these symbols. Machado's gesture shifts global focus. But can a Nobel medal be given away? Hello, I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching another episode of Explained with me. Now, the Nobel Peace Prize is one of the world's most prestigious honors, awarded to those who have made significant contributions to peace. But over the years, some recipients have found themselves parting ways with their gold medal for various reasons. In some cases, the price for such items has been staggering. Today, we're going to take a look at one such instance where a Nobel Peace Prize medal made headlines after being presented to a powerful figure in the political arena. Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado recently met with US President Donald Trump at the White House. The meeting that was held on January 15 was a critical moment in her efforts to influence the political future of Venezuela. In a highly symbolic move, Machado presented Trump with the Peace Prize medal. She did so to honor what she described as Trump's commitment to the freedom of the Venezuelan people. Machado's presentation of the medal was a gesture of gratitude, but it also reflected her desire to gain US support for a democratic transition in Venezuela. However, this gesture raised eyebrows back in Norway. The Nobel Institute quickly clarified that while Machado could give away the medal, the actual honor of the Nobel Peace Prize remained with her. Let's listen in to some of her comments.
I presented the President of the United States the medal of the Nobel Peace Prize, and I told him this, listen to this. 200 years ago, General Lafayette gave Simón Bolívar a medal with George Washington's face on it. Bolívar since then kept that medal for the rest of his life. Actually, when you see his portraits, you can see the medal there. And it was given by General Lafayette as a sign of the brotherhood between the United States, people of the United States and the people of Venezuela in their fight for freedom against tyranny. And 200 years in history, the people of Bolivar are giving back to the heir of Washington a medal, in this case a medal of the Nobel Peace Prize, as a recognition for his unique commitment with our...
Machado criticized Rodriguez, calling her a communist and labeling the leadership as a criminal regime that must eventually be dismantled. Machado says that she is hopeful for an orderly transition to free elections, but warned that the process would be difficult and complex. In their meeting, Trump seemed receptive, commenting that Machado has made a wonderful gesture. He also praised her understanding of the Venezuelan crisis. While Machado sought to move beyond the Maduro regime, Trump has focused on securing Venezuela's vast oil reserves, making clear that his priorities align more with maintaining stability than restoring full democracy. The exchange between Machado and Trump, especially her decision to give away the Nobel Peace Prize medal, has sparked reactions both in Venezuela and internationally. While some view it as a meaningful gesture, others see it as an effort to cement US influence in Venezuela's future. Now that we've seen how a Nobel Peace Prize medal became a tool of political symbolism, let's explore how much these prestigious awards have sold for in the past and also how such high-profile items end up in the hands of private collectors. Now, after Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado gave her Nobel Peace Prize medal to US President Donald Trump, the Norwegian Medal Committee and Nobel Institute weighed in with a clear guidance on what is and isn't possible under their rules. First, the committee stressed that the Peace Prize itself, the honor and the recognition, is inseparably linked to the original recipient, named when the award was announced. Even if someone else holds the physical medal or diploma later, that does not change who was officially awarded the prize. Under the statutes of the Nobel Foundation, once the Nobel Peace Prize is announced, it cannot be revoked, shared, transferred, or reassigned in any formal or legal sense. The decision stands permanently, and there is no provision for changing recipients after the award is made. At the same time, the rules also clarify that the physical components of the medal of the prize, which include the medal, diplomas, and the Peace Prize money, are not restricted once given to the laureate. In other words, a Nobel laureate may donate, sell, give away, or otherwise transfer the physical medal and diploma if they choose. The committee's statement specifically addressed the situation with Machado and Trump by noting that while Trump may hold the medal, he is not and cannot become a Nobel Peace Prize winner by virtue of possessing it. The official laureate remains Machado in the records of the Nobel Committee. In short, the Nobel Peace Prize Committee has drawn a firm line. The honor stays with the laureate, but the medal itself can change hands without affecting the award's official history. Now, the Nobel Prize medals, cast in 18-karat gold and weighing up to 196 grams for the Peace Prize, are not just symbols of prestige. They have also become valuable assets, with some recipients choosing to sell or donate them for various reasons. Let's take a look at the notable cases where these iconic medals were sold and the amounts that they fetched. Dmitry Muratov, who is the winner of the 2024 Nobel Peace Prize, is one of the most recent examples. In June 2022, the Russian journalist auctioned his Peace Prize medal for a record-breaking $103.5 million. This was a direct response to the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. Muratov donated the entire amount to UNICEF's Fund for Ukrainian Child Refugees, showing how a Nobel medal can be used to fund humanitarian causes. Co-discoverer of the DNA double helix sold his Nobel Prize medal in 2014 for $4.76 million. His decision stemmed from financial difficulties and controversial comments that led to his marginalization. The buyer was the Russian billionaire Alisher Usmanov, later returned the medal to Watson, saying he deserved to keep it. Similarly, Francis Crick, who shared the 1962 Physiology or Medicine Prize with Watson, saw his medal sold posthumously for $2.27 million in 2013. The buyer was Jack Wang, a biotech executive from Shanghai. A portion of the proceeds went to the Francis Crick Institute in London, supporting scientific research. Another example comes from Carlos Saavedra Lamas, awarded the Peace Prize in 1936. His medal was sold at auction in 2014 for $1.1 million. The buyer remains anonymous, but the sale demonstrates the enduring value of these historic items even decades after the award was given. Now, while the Nobel Peace Prize is widely regarded as one of the most prestigious honors in the world, it has not been free from controversy. Over the years, there have been several instances where the Nobel Peace Prize has sparked debates due to the political climate or actions taken by the recipients. The 1973 Peace Prize that was awarded jointly to Le Duc a Vietnamese politician and U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger for their efforts in negotiating the peace accord that ended the Vietnam War. However, that award was mired in controversy when Le Duc refused to accept the prize, claiming that peace had not yet been established in Vietnam. This refusal led to 2 members of the Nobel Committee resigning in protest, and the situation remains one of the most contentious in Nobel history. Similarly, Aung San Suu Kyi was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1991 for her non-violent struggle for democracy in Myanmar. However, her reputation dramatically changed after she became the country's leader. It was particularly due to her response to the Rohingya crisis, where allegations of ethnic cleansing surfaced. The international community criticized her for not speaking out against the violence. Moreover, Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2019 for his efforts in resolving a border conflict with Eritrea. However, shortly after receiving the award, Abiy's government became embroiled in a brutal civil war, leading many to question the committee's decision. Now, these examples reflect how the Nobel Peace Prize is not just a recognition of the past achievements, but also a reflection of the ongoing political landscapes.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta. You're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's start with a check of the top headlines this hour. US President Donald Trump threatens escalating tariffs on key European allies unless the US is allowed to buy Greenland. Duties would start at 10% on February 1 and rise to 25% by June. European leaders rejected the demand, warning it would damage NATO unity, derail trade deals, and deepen transatlantic tension. Syrian government forces advanced into Kurdish-held areas near the Euphrates, taking Tabqa and key dams despite US calls to stop. Kurdish-led SDF accused the army of violating a withdrawal deal and warned it would fight to hold remaining towns and oil fields. European Union and Mercosur leaders have signed the landmark free trade agreement in Paraguay with 25 years of negotiations, paving the way for what would become the European Union's largest ever trade deal. The accord covers the European Union with Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay, but still requires approval from the European Parliament. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei accused Trump of fueling deadly protests that killed over 3,000 people. Khamenei called Trump a criminal, while Iran blamed the unrest on US and Israeli interference amid mass arrests and internet shutdowns. According to IMF statements, the International Monetary Fund has approved a $261 million disbursement for Ethiopia after completing the 4th review of its 48-month extended credit facility, bringing total IMF support under the program to just over $2.18 billion. New York City Mayor Mamdani has appointed Tricia Shimomura as the city's new Parks Department Commissioner, tasking her with managing more than 30,000 acres of land. Mamdani praised Shimomura's decade-long record of public service, while Shimomura called the role an honor and vowed to make a difference. According to a Department of Justice letter filed with Judge Paul Engelmeyer, the U.S. Justice Department has urged a New York federal judge to reject lawmakers Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey's push for a special master to oversee the release of Jeffrey Epstein-related files. Syria's Communications Minister Abdul Salman Haikal said internet users can now access the Google Play Store without a VPN, and that most Google services are expected to return to Syria soon. The restoration follows the removal of Syria from US Treasury's OFAC sanctions list last year. Alright, viewers, let's start with top focus now on US tariffs on Greenland and European leaders. European leaders are in fact voicing strong opposition to Trump's threat of tariffs on European allies over Greenland. This comes as Trump announced a 10% tariff on goods from Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Finland, and Great Britain, effective from February 1. France's President Emmanuel Macron has urged the European Union to activate its anti-coercion instrument, a powerful trade measure if Trump moves forward with his plan. Meanwhile, Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni called the tariff threat a mistake, adding that she directly told Trump her views. Let's listen in.
Volevo dirvi che la previsione di un aumento dei dazi nei confronti di quelle nazioni che hanno scelto di contribuire alla sicurezza della Groenlandia, secondo me è un errore e ovviamente non la condivido. Condivido l'attenzione che la presidenza americana attribuisce, come vi ho detto molte volte, alla Groenlandia e in generale all'Artico, che è una zona strategica a cui sto lavorando. Ho sentito sia Donald Trump qualche ora fa, al quale ho detto quello che penso, e ho sentito il segretario generale della NATO che mi conferma un lavoro che la NATO sta iniziando a fare da questo punto di vista. Chiaramente nel corso della giornata sentirò anche i leader europei, è convocata credo una riunione a livello per ora di Coreper dell'Unione Europea, ma io credo che in questa fase sia molto importante parlarsi e che sia molto importante evitare una escalation, perché si può lavorare insieme per raggiungere un obiettivo che è utile e necessario per tutti.
Meanwhile, Poland's Foreign Minister Sikorski also weighed in, emphasizing that tariffs can only target the European Union as a whole, not individual countries. United Kingdom's Culture Minister Lisa Nandy called the decision completely wrong, highlighting that working together on Arctic security is critical for Europe and the US. Trump has long insisted on full ownership of Greenland, citing its strategic importance and mineral resources. However, both Denmark and Greenland have made it clear that the island is not for sale, and the people of Greenland do not want to join the US. I welcome now Jayajit Bhattacharya, who's an economist and finance expert from New Delhi in this discussion. Thanks very much, Mr. Bhattacharya, for joining me. Firstly, if like Macron warns of the European Union invoking the anti-coercion instrument, what does that really mean for US?
Well, let's look at the details of the anti-coercion instrument. It's as per Regulation 2023 by 2675 that gives the European Union tools to counter economic coercion by third countries. And the mechanism includes deterring them from using trade or investment measures to pressure the EU or its member states into changing sovereign policy. It's almost like terrorism in a manner, because terrorism, as definition in UN, pretty much says the same, that it should not force the sovereign policy from being changed. And that's what the anti-coercion instrument is. But, if you look at the details of it, it essentially goes into a couple of steps where it says, let's have a dialogue, let's have a conversation. And if everything else fails, then we will put some trade measures. However, in this particular case, the US is the larger economy. It's a $33 trillion economy, whereas the Europe is hardly $23 trillion economy. So it's trying to put trade responses against a much larger economy, and therefore it's, I think, quite questionable as to how effective the anti-coercion instrument will be in this particular case, and hence Europe needs to look at other mechanisms to safeguard what they believe is their interest.
All right. I also want to discuss the statement that's come out from a Polish foreign minister, who says that the tariff should be imposed on European Union as a bloc and not on individual nations. How do you see that statement from Poland, and what's the background really that has invoked this?
So, as has always been the case with big powers in the human history, is that they would not pick up a large bloc. They would try and divide and rule, which is what has happened through the colonial phase also. And that's what is getting repeated in this particular case. The 10% tariff that is being invoked by the Europe or invoked by US or threatened by US is essentially on only a few countries in Europe and not the entire EU. It's threatened on Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, Netherlands, and so on, Finland, UK, but not the entire EU. And therefore, the point is that, we will not allow a larger power to divide and rule EU. And therefore, what the Polish Prime Minister, Mr. Sikorski, is basically saying is that any duty on any particular country will be on the entire EU, and therefore let the EU stand united in this particular case. One can't pick and choose specific countries and apply tariffs on only specific countries, because also, as per the rules of origin, you cannot determine where the goods have come from. It's come from Europe. You can't divide it further by saying it's coming from France or Germany. And hence, even on a procedural level, it's quite challenging to put tariffs on individual countries and not entire EU. And that's basically what the Polish Prime Minister is saying.
But Poland is not even one of the countries that Trump has threatened tariffs on. So is he inviting tariffs on himself, onto himself and other European Union countries, just so the European Union countries all come together against Trump?
That it reminds me of when the Nazi Germany was picking on its neighboring countries one by one, and Poland was one of the first ones. The point that really the Prime Minister of Poland is saying is that if Europe doesn't stand united, doesn't matter if Poland is excluded in terms of tariffs, it's just a matter of time that Poland will also fall. Just like in World War II, Poland fell first, and then the rest of Europe started falling to the Nazi Germany. And basically that's what he's saying. Also, as I mentioned, procedurally, it is very difficult to say what good has come from Germany and what goods have come from Poland. And the European economy is really very, very interlocked. So even if, as per the statement, there is no direct tariff on Poland, they will get impacted because goods supplied to them is going to Germany, which is then going to France and then getting assembled and then getting exported to US. So if that good gets impacted by tariff, then the Polish economy also gets impacted.
Okay, sure. Thanks for that explanation to our viewers. But do stay on as we move. Viewers, let's also tell you that US House Speaker Mike Johnson has said that he does not foresee military intervention in Greenland, emphasizing that diplomacy is the preferred approach. Speaking to an English media, he added that Greenland's strategic location makes it important not only to the US but to all freedom-loving people elsewhere, citing its historical significance dating back to President Truman. The comments come after former President after Trump threatened tariffs on imports from 8 European countries sending troops to Greenland. Trump has previously said Greenland is critical to US security and has not ruled out taking control by force. Request Mr. Bhattacharya to join me back in the discussion now. What do you think are the options that Trump is most likely to explore? Of course, tariffs is one, but other than that, to acquire Greenland as he so wishes without really alienating these countries and tampering with the transatlantic alliance and fostering a trade war?
So I don't think it's that the Trump administration in the US is concerned about alienation of the Europeans or walking out of the transatlantic alliance per se, as per what we have seen of their policies, and therefore it's also quite complex to understand what does Mike Johnson mean when he says that freedom-loving countries would like to have Greenland enslaved. So it's a bit contradictory and difficult to understand in the geopolitical context, and also when he says that it does not foresee military intervention and prefers diplomacy. We haven't seen that in the past, and what we have seen is that it's very difficult to actually rely on the statements coming from the US administration in the last year or so, because they seem to be contradictory, and they're also contradictory to what actually the subsequent steps taken by the administration. We have seen that in terms of their conflict with Iran, where they said they're not going to bomb Iran and then promptly came back a few weeks later and bombed Iran. We have seen what happened with Venezuela. If they want something, they will go get it in spite of whatever the global rule of law is, whatever the international regulations are. And therefore, to your question that what will the US administration do as a next step, well, we have seen that whatever the administration wants, they've got it in the past. And as an individual, the President of the United States has also got what he wanted in his lifetime. And therefore, one way or the other, they will seem to be reaching out for Greenland. Now, what is the effect of that and what will be the fallout is a different story altogether. Will they make an all-out effort to get Greenland? The answer is absolutely yes. The rationale for getting it, which is that Greenland is strategically important and has got a lot of minerals, well, that holds true for half of the world. India is strategically important, has got minerals. Tibet is strategically important and has got minerals, and so on and so forth. So will the US go ahead and take control of the rest of the world is really the next question after Greenland.
All right, sure. Mr. Bhattacharya, thanks very much then for joining me in this discussion. It was a pleasure to have you. Viewers, moving ahead now. A draft charter sent to about 60 countries by the US administration outlines strict requirements for membership in the Board of Peace. Under the new terms, countries wishing to remain members for more than 3 years must contribute a minimum of $1 billion in cash funds. According to the document, members will serve a term of no more than 3 years unless renewed by the chairman. However, countries that contribute more than $1 billion within the first year of the Charter's implementation will be exempt from the 3-year limit. This proposal raises questions about the role of financial influence in international peacekeeping initiatives and could impact the composition of the new body. Yossi Kaparwasser, who is Israeli intelligence and security expert from Tel Aviv, joins me in this discussion. All right, viewers, before we have our guests join us, let's give you some more details. The draft charter is sent to 16 countries by the US administration, and it provides some requirements for the membership of the Board of Peace. Countries that wish to remain members may need to contribute $1 billion in cash funds. According to this document, members will serve a term of not more than 3 years unless it's renewed by the chairman, and the countries that contribute more than $1 billion within the first year of the Charter's implementation will be exempt from the 3-year limit. Now, the proposal, of course, has raised doubts and concerns and questions about the role of financial influence in international peacekeeping initiatives and how it could impact the composition of the new body. Viewers, let's also tell you that as the plan to end the Gaza conflict enters its second phase, the White House had released the names of the members who will be part of the senior executive board that will be working with Trump's new Board of Peace. Yossi Kaparwasser is now ready to join us in the discussion. Mr. Kaparwasser, thank you very much for joining us. Firstly, take us through whether these claims are really legitimate, if Trump's really asking for $1 billion for each member country to join the board, if there are terms to this. How true are these reports?
Well, some of the would-be members of this board are extremely rich, and Trump didn't hide his intention to build on their capabilities in order to finance the rebuilding of Gaza and turning it into a prosperous area. And I believe it means mainly the Gulf states, and this is the core of the expectations of financing for the new Gaza. And I don't mean, for example, he approached also Jordan. I don't believe Jordan is supposed to pay $1 billion for its participation of that. But Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates and Qatar, of course, are expected to give maybe even more than $1 billion.
Okay, sure. What does that then talk about the financial influence that some of these people coming from the richer nations, mightier nation, have on international peacekeeping boards like these?
Well, I think that for President Trump, this is going to focus on Gaza, but it's a model for dealing with other problems as well. And if this is going to materialize, then of course these donors are going to ask for some impact on what's going to happen on the ground. That's why Israel is so worried about the possibility that Qatar is going to be involved, because we know that from the past, the involvement of Qatar led to the strengthening of Hamas to the point that it was able to carry out the 7th of October attack. We want to make sure that the money coming in will be spent only on economic issues and not used in order to rebuild the capabilities of Hamas militarily. That's clear. On other places, Trump may believe that this is going to be a nice way to raise funds for good purposes and promoting peace in places like Ukraine and elsewhere.
All right, sure. And how do you react to the allegations that there's no woman, no Palestinian in the board, and also the fact that Israel has also spoken out against, more Americans in the board?
No, and we're not supposed to be any Palestinians in this board. In the Board of Peace, no Palestinians. There is the
other executive
government.
Board to govern Gaza.
And these boards, they were not supposed to be Palestinians. These are international boards that were not supposed to include Palestinians. If we start putting Palestinians, this is going to cause a lot of trouble because Palestinians cannot agree within themselves about who represents them. So we'll keep the Palestinians, let's keep the Palestinians out of it and let the Palestinians run the daily life of Gaza. This is what the technocratic government is supposed to do, and it was formed simultaneously. Their business is to run the daily life of Gaza and make sure that the people of Gaza enjoy better life.
All right, sure. Mr. Kapawasa, thank you for your comments. I request you to stay on as we move. Viewers, U.S. envoy Tom Barrack has visited Erbil in northern Iraq to meet with both Syrian Democratic Forces Commander General Mazloum Abdi and Iraqi Kurdish leader Masoud Barzani, aiming to mediate an end to the conflict between SDF and Syrian army troops in neighboring Syria. The latest violence in Syria has worsened the divide between President Ahmed Shara's government, which is committed to reuniting the country after 14 years of war, and the local Kurdish authorities are suspicious of his Islamist-led administration. Syrian troops clashing with US-backed Kurdish-led forces captured the Omar oil field, the largest in the country, along with the Konoko gas field in eastern Deir Zone province, as allied Arab tribal forces advanced in the oil-rich area near the Iraqi border. Yossi Kapawasar continues to stay with us. I invite him to join me back in the discussion with his first comments on this.
Well, I think that what we're seeing as we speak is the fall of the Kurdish controlled region in northern Syria to the hands of Shara forces. And this is a very problematic development for the Kurds, most of all, but also for the relationship of the United States with the Kurds. The United States had a very strong and close relationship with the Kurds. And now, under the leadership of Tom Barrack, they actually support or don't do anything to interfere with the efforts of the Turks, together with the Shara forces, to take away from the Kurds the main sources of income. They just took over some major oil fields in northeastern Syria that the Kurds used to use their production in order to finance their activities in their region called Rojava. And without this, it's going to be very difficult for the Kurds to maintain control of this area. They are under a state of threat as we speak, and there are rumors about attacks on the Kurds themselves, not only on the oil fields. It's a very tense situation now in northern Syria for the Kurds.
All right, Mr. Kapawasa, thanks very much for joining me in this discussion. And moving ahead, viewers, let's bring you some news from Portugal, where Portuguese voters headed to the polls Sunday to elect a new president, with opinion polls showing a tight race between three leading candidates, including far-right Chega Party leader Andre Ventura. A runoff is likely, marking only the second time since Portugal ended its fascist dictatorship in 1974 that a presidential election has required a second round. The presidency is largely ceremonial but holds powers like dissolving parliament or vetoing legislation. Around 11 million voters are eligible to cast ballots, with polls closing at 7 p.m. local time. Socialist Antonio José Seguro Ventura and Liberal Initiatives João Coutrim de Figueiredo are neck and neck, while 8 other candidates, including a retired admiral and centre-right back Luis Marques Mendes, also remain in the race. Despite Ventura's strong showing, analysts say his high rejection rate could hinder his chances in a runoff. And as always, we'll end with some technology news coming in. Elon Musk is seeking up to $134 billion from OpenAI and Microsoft, claiming they benefited unfairly from his early support. In a federal court filing, Musk says OpenAI gained as much as $109 billion, while Microsoft gained up to $25 billion, tied to his role as a co-founder and early backer. Musk says he provided most of the seed funding, key contacts, and credibility. OpenAI calls the demand unserious and part of a harassment campaign. Microsoft denies any wrongdoing. A jury trial is set to begin in April in California. And that's all we have time for. Thanks for watching NewsX World. For more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sima Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump has threatened escalating tariffs on key European allies unless the US is allowed to buy Greenland. Duties would start at 10% on February 1st and rise to 25% by June. European leaders have rejected the demand, warning it could damage NATO unity, derail trade deals, and deepen transatlantic tensions. Syrian government forces advanced into Kurdish-held areas near the Euphrates, taking Tapka and key dams despite US calls to stop. Kurdish-led SDF has accused the army of violating a withdrawal deal and warned it would fight to hold remaining towns and oil fields. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has accused President Trump of fueling deadly protests that killed over 3,000 people. Khamenei has called Trump a criminal, while Iran blamed the unrest on US and Israeli interference amid mass arrests and internet shutdowns. EU and Mercosur leaders have signed the landmark free trade agreement in Paraguay after 25 years of negotiations, paving the way for what would become the EU's largest ever trade deal. The accord covers the EU with Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay, but still requires approval from the European Parliament. New York City Mayor Mamdani has appointed Tricia Shimamura as the city's new Parks Department Commissioner, tasking her with managing more than 30,000 acres of land. Mamdani has praised Shimamura's decade-long record of public service, while Shimamura has called the role an honor and vowed to make a difference. According to official results reported by Ugandan media, Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni has won a seventh term, 71.65% of the vote, defeating opposition challenger Bobi Wine, who won 24.70%. Wine is expected to reject the outcome, alleging an unfair election marred by an internet shutdown as tensions remain high following protests and security crackdowns. According to IMF statements, the International Monetary Fund has approved a $261 million disbursement for Ethiopia after completing the fourth review of its 48-month extended credit facility, bringing total IMF support under the program to just over $2.18 billion. Elon Musk is demanding up to $134 billion from OpenAI and Microsoft, claiming they profited from his early funding and support the companies, called the claim baseless as the case heads to trial in April. Schools in Iran are expected to reopen soon after a week of closure caused by nationwide protests. The ISNA news agency reports that schools in Tehran and other cities will be resuming, while postponed university exams will be held on January 24th. Meanwhile, Iranian opposition supporters rallied in Germany's Frankfurt, demanding the return of Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of Iran's last Shah. Chanting for a new era of democracy, protesters called for the removal of the Islamic Republic's leadership. The rally in Germany also came with a message for waiting for American support, which has yet to materialize. Let's listen in to what spokesperson for the Kingdom of Iran Association has shared.
Und wenn das Islamische Republik weg ist, wenn das Pahlavi-Dynastie oder Freiheit, Demokratie wieder zurück nach Iran kehrt. Wir können alle zusammenleben ohne Probleme mit jedem Nachbarländer, mit Israel, mit den arabischen Ländern, mit den ganzen westlichen, alles können.
Moreover, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has also showed her solidarity with the Iranian people, condemning the Iranian regime's violence against demonstrators. She has called for a return to diplomatic negotiations to resolve the situation, particularly on the nuclear issue. Let's listen in.
Io ritengo che la questione del rafforzamento della sicurezza e della presenza degli alleati in Groenlandia sia un tema serio, che però sta nell'ambito della del dialogo all'interno dell'Alleanza Atlantica, cioè la Groenlandia va considerato territorio, diciamo così, di responsabilità della NATO. La questione che gli americani pongono è una questione seria, ovviamente, e credo che il ragionamento di rafforzare la nostra presenza sia un ragionamento sicuramente necessario da fare all'interno dell'Alleanza Atlantica, ma credo che quello però sia l'ambito nel quale discutere questa materia, anche per quello che eventualmente riguarda la nostra presenza. Voi avete visto che l'Italia ha presentato una sua strategia per l'Artico, perché anche noi comprendiamo ovviamente quanto sia strategico e quanto sia importante. Io ho già proposto che se ne...
Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Yossi Cooper-Wasser. He's an Israeli intelligence and security expert, joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper-Wasser, for joining us again. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Now, looking at this, can you tell us if Iran's situation, is it de-escalating if schools are reopening? What can we make of this situation right now?
Well, of course, the Iranian regime wants to create the impression that things are going to be calm from now on, and that they have managed to cope successfully with the riots and the demonstrations. But we all understand that this is it's an image that doesn't represent correctly what's going on in Iran right now. Because we have so many people killed and so many people injured. Nobody knows the exact numbers, but huge numbers of people killed and injured. and the protest is not dead yet. And much depends on what decision the President of the United States is going to take regarding the next move. It seems that at this point, because the Iranians have decided not to execute some of the protesters, then the president has decided to postpone action, but he didn't decide to give it up altogether, and we're waiting to see what's next for him.
Right. And, what do you think Reza Pahlavi is trying to achieve here by making a lot of statements public? And do you know if anything about his popularity or his approval in Iran?
Well, first of all, I think that the next move of President Trump is to find a new leadership for Iran, as he said in his interview to Politico. So definitely Pahlavi is one of the candidates for this new leadership. But there's a question mark regarding how popular he is. He's definitely more popular than any other single leader of the Iranian opposition. But is he popular enough in order to lead the opposition and to form a unity amongst the opposition? I don't think so, definitely not at this stage. We haven't seen the other leaders of the opposition saying that they are ready to cooperate with him. And it's too early to know what's the situation inside Iran, because we hear people shouting in favor of the Shah, in favor of the Reza Pahlavi, but you cannot tell what percentage of the population they represent. So it's we have to keep looking at the situation, and I believe that eventually this protest would give birth to new leaders that would represent the Iranian people and enjoy a large support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper-Rosser, for sharing that insight. Now we move on to Israel. Israel has stated that it objected to the lineup of the Palestinian Committee of Technocrats meant to govern post-war Gaza, which began its work in Cairo this week. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office said that the composition of a Gaza executive board was not coordinated with Israel and ran counter to government policy. It said Foreign Minister Gideon Saar would raise the issue with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The Palestinian militant group Islamic Jihad has also criticized the composition of the Board of Peace set to oversee the governance in Gaza, saying it served Israel's interests. Meanwhile, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has been invited by U.S. President Donald Trump to join the board, reportedly an offer he intends to accept. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Mr. Yossi Cooper-Rosser. He joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper-Rosser, for staying with us. Now, looking at this, can you tell me what exactly is the problem here with this Palestinian Committee of Technocrats?
Well, first of all, it was not coordinated with Israel. That's the first problem. Secondly, some of them are members of or had past membership in the Palestinian Authority bodies, and Israel has made it clear that nobody who belongs to the Palestinian Authority can take part in this new technocratic government of Gaza. So I think that Israel is a little bit upset with the way it was established and with the identity of some of the members. In general, the idea of moving forward towards having this technocratic government is a positive move, even in the view of Israel. But the names of some of the people, including the guy who's in top of this committee, this government, Ali Shaf, who used to be a deputy minister in the Palestinian Authority, is a source of concern for Israel, because we want to see technocrats, not politicians. And Shas and some of the others are technocrats and politicians at the same time. So I think this is what concerns Israel. The other thing that concerns Israel is not necessarily this technocratic government, but the committee that was established in order to oversee its activities on behalf of the Board of Peace, led by President Trump himself. And some of the figures over there are against the interest of Israel, for example, the Turkish Minister of Foreign Affairs, Hakan Fidan, and the guy that represents the Qataris. So we want to make sure that Turkey is not involved in the activities that are going to take place in Gaza in the future. We can maybe survive with having some Turkish figure in this committee, but the seniority of Hakan Fidan, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, is problematic. And we definitely don't want to see Turkish forces deployed inside the Gaza in the context of the international stabilization force that is supposed to keep security and stability of Gaza after Hamas is disarmed. And besides, we are very concerned that all of that is happening before Hamas has been disarmed. We think that the most important thing right now is to disarm Hamas. So all of these organizations can act without having to confront Hamas and can bring stability and prosperity to Gaza. As long as Hamas is not disarmed, Hamas is in fact ruling Gaza, and that's what's happening on the ground. We have to see Hamas disarmed.
Right. And a lot of things are still under the wraps about Palestinian Committee of Technocrats, but what do we know so far, if you can share with us?
No, we know the names. We know some of them were generals in the Palestinian Authority security forces. Some of them were in the Palestinian Authority government in the past. And all of them were born in Gaza, that's true. Not all of them live in Gaza. And we have to make sure that this group of people, some of them are not fond, even Palestinian Islamic Jihad is not fond of them. They want to see them replaced because they don't think they are supportive enough of Hamas and Islamic Jihad. But some of them are accepted by Hamas, and if they are accepted by Hamas, this is not acceptable for us. And we think that the process of nominating them should have been coordinated with us, and it was not done properly. That's why Israel is upset.
Right. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Kupa Russell for joining us today and sharing that insight from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much. Now we move on to US. US President Donald Trump has denied offering JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon the role of Federal Reserve Chair, contradicting a Wall Street Journal report earlier this week. The report suggested that Trump made the offer, which Dimon reportedly treated as a joke. Trump made the denial in a post on Truth Social and emphasized that he never approached Dimon or the position. In the same post, Trump said he plans to sue JP Morgan over allegedly debanking him, following the January 6 Capitol attack. However, Dimon has also confirmed that he was not asked to take the Fed job. Earlier this week, Trump suggested he might nominate either White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett or former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh to replace Jerome Powell. Now for this discussion, we welcome Dr. Satoru Nagao. He's a fellow at Hudson Institute, joins us live from Tokyo. Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for joining us. Good to see you. Now looking at this, can you tell us a little bit more about this situation with, alleged offering of the position of Fed chair to Jamie Dimon or Dimon?
There is a rift between the president and the top of the FRB, so that's why who will be the alternative candidate or the top of the FRB is always a problem. But at the same time, in case of the Jamie Dimon of the JP Morgan, Mr. Dimon clearly supports independence of the FRB. And politically, this remark is people can understand as a criticize against President Trump's involvement in the FRB policy. So that's why the view from the President Trump, his remark was a little bit controversial. And so that's why even if Mr. Diamond said there's a possibility he will cooperate or he will join the Trump administration, there's a few possibility that he will be the FRB, top of FRB. And in case of the Mr. Diamond himself, they clearly indicated that there is no possibility to be the top of the FRB. So that's why indeed President Trump's remark and Mr. Diamond's remark is matched in this case. Both said Mr. Diamond will not become the top of the FRB.
And, you know, what legacy, in particular to Jerome Powell, what legacy does he leave behind as he leaves this position? And what are the challenges are to be faced by the replacement?
Legacy is, of course, Mr. Powell's legacy, if you want to say. But if Mr. Diamond sworn in, of course, like Mr. Powell, he would support independent of the FRB. So the federal government cannot intervene so much about policy. But indeed, view from the policy side, which is the White House, they want to move the FRB as a part of the policy of the government. So that's why not only the Trump administration, but also the other administration face the same problem. Independence of the FRB is easy to violate by the government, and this is always controversial as a policy of the government. That is indeed a destiny. And in case of the Mr. Diamond, clearly pointed out this aspect, so repeatedly. So that's why the Mr. Diamond, if the legacy of the Mr. Powell of the predecessor, Mr. Diamond also support independence of FRB is one kind of legacy, I think.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving on to Africa, Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni has been declared the winner of Uganda's election, extending his 4 decades in power by another 5 years. According to the Election Commission, he gained 72% of the vote against 25% for his closest challenger, Bobi Wine, who has condemned what he described as fake results and ballot stuffing. Wine has not provided any details, and the authorities have not responded to his allegations, but African Union election observers say that they saw no evidence of ballot stuffing. The election process was marred by violence, and Wine, a 43-year-old former pop star, says that at least 21 people have been killed around the country in recent days. Meanwhile, people in Kampala are celebrating after President Yoweri Museveni's 7th-term win in the office. Let's listen into what some of his supporters have shared.
I'm really very happy and glad seeing that for this time he has won at a higher percentage even compared to what he won with last time. And this victory comes because of his hard work and dedication and commitment towards the people of Uganda. He's a man who loves his country in a way that he promotes peace. He gives everyone freedom to do whatever he wants. Uganda is a country where anybody can engage in any business and he gets an income of how to earn a what. He has given freedom of speech, of worship, of interaction. A person in Uganda is free to do everything that he wants at any particular time, in any particular place. So he's a person worthy of being voted for. So I am very happy, very excited, seeing that we are now jubilating for his success. I want him to even reign more until he is exhausted.
President Yoweri Museveni is a good leader for 35 years. Since I was born, I've never seen wars in Uganda, and he has brought peace in Uganda. He has built houses. For all people have become rich, and all women, they have piece of work. All of them, they are working.
Now for this discussion, we welcome back Dr. Satoru Nagao. He's a fellow at Hudson Institute, joins us live from Tokyo. Thank you very much, Mr. Nagao, for staying with us. Now, looking at these elections, how come this, Mr. Museveni has been in power for this long, and even the support of this election with 72% of the votes? What can you tell us more about this?
It was true that Mr. Museveni contribute and the insecure situation in Uganda, except northern area. So that's why he has the skill. That was true, but at the same time, it is unnatural if the same leader continue to stay more than 40 years. In case of the Museveni, his government has started in the 1986. And so now the 40 years he stay, and his age itself is 81 years old. So that's why the view from such kind of the number, still he has 70% vote is unnatural, because long-term tenure that he has. In this case, when he sworn in, the people compare with the current government and the previous government. In this case, if the previous government will be completely opposite or completely different, in this case, Mr. Museveni's new government's image is quite fresh and new, and people expect he will work well. But if he continue more than 40 years, when the election has happened, people's comparison is current Museveni and past Museveni. So that's why he need to fight with him in the past, and generally what he has done in the past is more fresh and new compared with the current same politician. So that's why if he can continue president for 40 years and 7 times there is election, is this election fair election? People doubt it. And this time, in case of the election, he cut internet connection, or sometimes the opposition party's meeting was disrupted by the police forces. So that's why this is not fair election. In this case, Museveni said he got more than 70% support, but it is clearly that doubtful election, not fair election could happen based on such kind of activities, based on such kind of long-term government.
With that, I would like to thank Dr. Satoru Nagao for joining us today and sharing that insight with us on NewsX World. Thank you very much. Now we move on to our science news. Scientists have created the most detailed map yet of Antarctica's hidden landscape beneath its ice sheet. The new map reveals mountains, valleys, canyons, plains, and over 30,000 previously uncharted hills. Researchers used high-resolution satellites and ice flow analysis to map the full continent, including previously unexplored areas. Understanding the subglacial terrain is crucial for predicting how the ice sheet may retreat and raise global sea levels. Antarctica's ice holds about 70% of the planet's fresh water. The study shows the continent's hidden features are as varied as those in Europe, North America, and Greenland. Experts hope that the map will improve climate models and guide future field surveys. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you are watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines this hour. US President Donald Trump threatened escalating tariffs on key European allies unless the US is allowed to buy Greenland. Duties would start at 10% on February 1 and rise to 25% by June. European leaders rejected the demand, warning it could damage NATO unity, derail trade deals, and deepen transatlantic tension. Syrian government forces advanced into Kurdish-held areas near the Euphrates, taking Tabqa and key dams despite US calls to stop. Kurdish-led SDF accused the army of violating a withdrawal deal and warned it would fight to hold remaining towns and oil fields. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei accused President Trump of fueling deadly protests that killed over 3,000 people. Khamenei called Trump a criminal, while Iran blamed the unrest on US and Israeli interference amid mass arrests and internet shutdowns. European Union and Mercosur leaders have signed the landmark free trade agreement in Paraguay after 25 years of negotiations, paving the way for what would become the European Union's largest ever trade deal. The accord covers the European Union with Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay, but still requires approval from the European Parliament. New York City Mayor Mamdani has appointed Tricia Shimamura as the city's new Parks Department Commissioner, tasking her with managing more than 30,000 acres of land. Mamdani praised Shimamura's decade-long record of public service, while Shimamura called the role an honor and vowed to make a difference. According to IMF statements, the International Monetary Fund has approved a $261 million disbursement for Ethiopia after completing the fourth review of its 48-month extended credit facility, bringing total IMF support under the program to just over $2.18 billion. Syria's Communications Minister Abdul Salman Haikal said internet users can now access the Google Play Store without a VPN and that most Google services are expected to return to Syria soon. The restoration follows the removal of Syria from US Treasury's off-act sanctions list last year. According to a Department of Justice letter filed with Judge Paul Engelmeyer, the US Justice Department has urged a New York federal judge to reject lawmakers Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey's push for a special master to oversee the release of Jeffrey Epstein-related files. Viewers, let's now start with news from Greenland, where European leaders are voicing strong opposition to Trump's threat of tariffs on European allies over Greenland. This comes as Trump announced a 10% tariff on goods from Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Finland, and Great Britain, effective from February 1. The tariffs are set to rise by 25% by June unless a deal is reached for the US to acquire Greenland. The German finance minister stressed the need for a strong, united European response, making it clear that Europeans will not be blackmailed. In Ireland, Foreign Minister Helen McSetty called the tariff threat completely unacceptable, reiterating that the future of Greenland should be decided by Denmark and the Greenlandic people in line with international law. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez stated that a US invasion of Greenland would make Putin the happiest man on earth, arguing it could legitimize Russia's actions in Ukraine and destroy NATO. Trump has long insisted on full ownership of Greenland, citing its strategic importance and mineral resources. However, both Denmark and Greenland have made it clear that the island is not for sale and the people of Greenland do not want to join the US. Matti Zweig now joins us in the discussion here. He's a geopolitical expert from Tel Aviv. Matti, thank you very much. Well, a lot of concerns are being raised now on Trump's tariff threats effective from February 1, starting from 10%, going on to 25% by June. Where does this leave the transatlantic alliance? Where does it leave Denmark's sovereignty and the very will of the people of Greenland, who say they don't want to be Americans or Danes?
Well, of course, it's not a comfortable situation because they are supposed to be partners in NATO and historically part of the West, etc., for not to treat each other in that way. The question is that, you know, Trump's way of doing things is maybe brutal, but it doesn't mean that it's useless or that he's not right. And I tell you why. Because all these years, they have been, Greenland has been approached by other foreign countries like Russia and China. They are trying to get this place when we are these days in a big geopolitical threat that has been being on the progress, not only in the last year or since Trump is in office, it's going on in the last 20 years. The Russians, because of the climate change, has been drilling and doing new paths and new bases and everything in their Arctic. They are trying to get the passes through the north of Scandinavia and Norway, also to Greenland. And this is a potential threat for the West. The United States has been telling this, the Europeans, they didn't react. Now, suddenly they are reacting. And how they are reacting? Sending in a funny way 3 people from UK, 2 from France, and 1 from Holland to say they are going to defend what? All this group together cannot defend even a sea lion. So from this point of view, Trump is right. The question is if he has to take this place by force, he should talk with the European partners, sitting together, how to share the responsibilities there, how to put more big and efficient ways of surveillance of foreign submarines and vessels that they are going around from places like countries like China and Russia, and to defend better the North Atlantic Sea. But he's not doing this in this way. He's really very confrontative. And I think it's also a strategy to make some concessions in the future, but for the moment it's the way he's behaving until the Europeans are going to change their path as he sees.
What do you think would the European Union be now mulling as far as retaliation to the threats are concerned? Is the European Union at all equipped to counter Trump's tariff threats? Because it's largely clear and established that the US is a superpower, a mightier nation than whole of European Union combined.
It doesn't matter really what is my opinion, because I love, like everybody else, international law, to get through results, through diplomacy and sitting about things. But you have seen lately, and of course Trump has did it maybe in a brutal way, but it doesn't mean he's not right. Like, what is the word sovereign or sovereignty? Because when you took a president from a narco state, you are taking a narco drug trafficker and not a real president. So you are not harming really the sovereignty of this country. Maybe you are giving Venezuela an opportunity to be real and sovereign in the future. So I don't say that Greenland is the same, because you are dealing with a whole continent that is democratic and liberal and everything. So you should sit with them and talk with them and to get to some deal. But the question is that everybody has been waking up very late. I personally was 10, 11 years ago, several times when I was serving my country in Russia, and I was there in some meetings and summits about the Arctic. And they were in full board already 11, 12, 13 years ago about how to exploit the Arctic. And for them, it means how to exploit it about military and minerals. And that's exactly what Trump is doing this. He's trying to defend the Western Hemisphere militarily and about minerals. So I think really the Europeans should be more proactive and demanding Trump to sit together and get a deal.
All right, Matti, thanks for your comments there. Requested to stay on as we proceed. Viewers, bringing you news now from Palestine. Israeli settlers attacked the Kirbet El Sidra Bidaun community near Mikmas, east of Ramallah, setting fire to 2 homes and 2 cars. A local resident said 60 to 70 settlers stormed the encampment at once. The Palestinian Red Crescent reported that 2 Palestinians and 2 international activists were injured. Let's hear some statements coming in.
اللي صار عندنا والله هجمة مش طبيعية، يعني تقدر تقول فوق 60-70 واحد خشوا على التجمع مرة واحدة. يعني تفاجأنا ما شفنا إلا هم يعني منقسمين إلى قسمين، قسم جاي على الجهة اللي فوق اللي هم جيراننا فوق، وقسم جاي علينا هان. كانت إحنا طلعنا بقينا في البيت، طلعنا وصار تقريبا يعني مناوشات بيننا وبينهم إحنا وياهم، وناس انقسموا هم، يعني تقسموا في التجمع كلياته، كسروا وحرقوا في البيوت تحت وفي البيوت هان شوفت عينك، وفي البيوت فوق جارنا هو ومرته فوق والله ضرب وبأشد الأنفس طلعوا، وهي وضع بتعرفوا كلياتكم بتعرفوا شو وضعه، الله يكون بعون، الله يرفع عنا إن شاء الله.
Semi-nomadic Bedouins are especially vulnerable, facing forced displacement and minimal protection due to restricted Palestinian policing. Attacks by settlers, including price tag attacks, remain widespread across the West Bank. Many instances go unpunished, with UN figures showing 90% of complaints by Palestinians against settlers never leading to indictments. Matti, how do you view the situation on the ground?
Well, there is a big problem here because what they did, of course, is terrible. They don't have to do this, but let's see the whole picture. I must remind you that we are talking about an area that it was divided from the 93 Accords in Oslo in areas A, B, and C. The areas A is completely in full government of the Palestinians. The area B is a mixed government. In the area C, it's Israeli security government and with some autodetermination for all the cities and villages from the Palestinians in that area. The question is, you have Bedouins in all these areas. And I must say, inside Israel also there are Bedouins, and they have all sorts of problems within the years because they are moving from place to place and taking new lands. In the sea area of the Palestinian, together with the Palestinian Authority, they have been common security means by Israelis and Palestinians, but many times these Bedouins, they take more land and they don't care. So what is bad is that these extremist people took the law in their hands and they tried to make them frightening and go out of them. And what is clear that also in the Israeli government today, there are a lot of representatives of settlers. So sometimes if they do something really bad, they have an indictment, but usually they don't have. So all this conflict and all these problems, they should be settled with all parts. And clearly, after everything that happened in Gaza too, and everything in the way that the Palestinian Authority has been behaving all these years, we only can handle this from a security point of view, but nothing is going toward a real, I don't know, a solution for 2 states or whatever. So this is a very conflicting way, and until also the Israeli government is not going to change to a more moderate one, this is going to continue to be a conflictive thing, but you must know the facts from both sides and not only from one side.
All right, Matti, thanks then very much for your comments, for joining us here at NewsX World. With that, viewers, we're now going to proceed to cover news now from Indonesia. From the plane crash, now rescuers in eastern part of the country have recovered debris and the body of 1 victim from a plane that crashed on Sunday with 10 people on board. The turboprop aircraft lost contact with air traffic control on Saturday while en route from Yogyakarta to Makassar in Sulawesi. The crash site, located on Mount Bulasarong in Bantimurung in Bulutsarong National Park, was hard to reach due to steep terrain and fog. Among the debris, search teams found parts of the fuselage, tail and windows, while one male victim's body was located at a depth of 200 meters. The victim was found close to aircraft remains. 3 government officials were on board who were on a mission to monitor marine resources. Over 1,000 rescuers, including military and volunteers, are involved in the search. The mission is being challenged by the harsh weather and difficult terrain. Indonesia has had a history of aviation accidents, including several fatal crashes in recent years. Now moving on, viewers. Egypt and Sudan have welcomed the US offer to restart talks with Ethiopia over the long-running Nile River water dispute, after US President Donald Trump asserted that Washington is ready to resume mediation to settle the issue once and for all, after earlier negotiations collapsed in 2020. The move comes after Ethiopia inaugurated the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam in September. The $5 billion project, Africa's largest hydroelectric dam, is designed to double Ethiopia's power generation. But Egypt warns the dam could sharply reduce the Nile's flow, threatening agriculture and water security. Sudan is seeking guarantees that filling the dam's reservoir will not disrupt its own dams. At the heart of the dispute is how the dam is filled and operated, water releases through troughs, and despite resolution. Egypt and Sudan want a binding deal, while Ethiopia favors non-binding guidelines. Ambassador Mahesh Sachdev now joins us in this discussion. He's former Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria and joins us from New Delhi. Ambassador, thanks very much for joining us. Firstly, how do you see the fact that Trump has indicated his will to remediate this conflict after having failed once in 2020, even going on to say that Egypt could blow up the dam? That's now really a point of pride for Ethiopia.
Thank you for having me. Yes, it's an interesting going around by President Trump from his first term failure. It is in part owing to his gratitude to Egypt's President Sisi for making it possible to have a Gaza peace deal and forcing Hamas to make concessions. As you know, the ceasefire has held since October last year, and the second phase of its implementation is underway, which would further require Egyptian role. In a letter to Egyptian president, in response to Egyptian president's letter congratulating him on this deal with Israel and Hamas, President Trump has made this offer, and he has mentioned certain tenets that would find the basis in his future negotiations with Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia. Basically, Ethiopia considers this dam to be it's a very vital economic resource for both electricity and water in much of the country. It is Africa's largest dam. It has cost nearly $5 billion, as you have mentioned, and it has capacity to generate 5 gigawatts of power, which would transform a power-starved country such as Ethiopia At least that's what Addis Ababa hopes. Now, it doesn't want to subject this dam's operations and optimization of its resources to lower riparian countries' whims and demands, which include Sudan and Egypt both. Both these countries consider the water flowing from the dam. The dam is on Blue Nile River. It is vital to both Sudan and Egypt. And these are three of the most populous and area-wise biggish countries in Africa. So in the first phase, Egyptians and Sudanese demanded a say in running of the dam. And the dam was at that time being filled up with water. And now the dam has been filled up. And all this while, from 2020 to 26, Ethiopians have managed to do what they wanted to do, have the total control on the dam's operations. They have been mindful of not subjecting Sudan and Egypt to some kind of water crisis during drought months, etc. But the problem has stayed on, and these two lower riparian countries want to have a treaty which will force Ethiopia to coordinate the management of the dam, utilization of its water to their consultations with Addis Ababa. Let's see how Mr. Trump this time sort of succeeds. Last time it was initially at Mr. Trump's level, but when it became clear that Ethiopia has very little interest in ceding even limited control to any board comprising of the three countries, then Mr. Trump detached himself and put it at the lower level of State Department. Let's see if this time, emboldened by his recent successes in Gaza and Venezuela, Mr. Trump would once again decide to mediate from a position of strength. But I think the basic issues remain unchanged. The dam has been filled, so the steady state is now in place, and the water is being discharged on the rate that Ethiopians choose. So far, Sudan has been in a civil war. It has more things to mind. And Egypt has not faced the kind of water shortage that it was afraid of. But the issue would not go away. And with Mr. Trump having an IOU to Cairo, the pressure on Ethiopia may mount once again. Let us see whether Ethiopians can sort of go around this pressure building up against them. They have various assets. They have the African Union support, which is based in Addis Ababa. And they might have other countries supporting them, including Turkey, perhaps. One should also add that Ethiopia joining BRICS has also come to adverse notice of Mr. Trump, who doesn't like BRICS. And therefore, Ethiopia might have lost the chance to have a neutral mediator in Mr. Trump. Thank you.
All right, Ambassador, thanks very much, in fact, for explaining that. Viewers, moving ahead, UN Human Rights Chief Volker Turk has visited Sudan's Al-Afad IDP camp in northern state, meeting people displaced by ongoing violence in Darfur and Kordofan over the past year. He described hearing horrific stories of trauma, particularly survivors of sexual violence. The UN reports that rape, gang rape, abduction and sexual slavery have been used as a weapon of war, often targeting individuals based on ethnicity or perceived ties to opposing groups. The UNHCR continues to document these abuses, highlighting the urgent need for protection, accountability and humanitarian support for those affected by the brutal conflict in Sudan. I request Ambassador Sachdev to join us back in the discussion here.
Yes, it's world's largest humanitarian crisis, even surmounting what is going on in Yemen and in Gaza. Sudan is a sparsely populated, large country with a population of nearly 50 million people, out of which over 20% have been rendered homeless, more than 12 million people, and many of them have been forced to neighboring countries such as Chad, Egypt, Ethiopia, and other countries in the south, Sudan, etc. And this is clearly a very serious situation. The United Nations have been trying to do what it can, but peacemaking under UN aegis, under the Quad initiative taken by United States, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE have not succeeded. And the two belligerents comprising of Sudan Armed Forces and Rapid Support Forces, both part of the erstwhile United Sudan military structure, are at each other. And the battle lines have basically coagulated around Darfur and Kordofan in RSF's control, while remaining parts of Sudan with the SAF, largely, with some pockets of various tribal groups being in charge. Now there are foreign backers of the two sides. Egypt backs SAF, while UAE, Libya, and South Sudan seem to be backing RSF. RSF also has some support from renegade Russian Wagner Group, and it has been accused of horrific human rights abuses in Darfur against non-Arab African stock population. The Al-Fashir capture late last year has resulted in allegedly up to 200,000 people being displaced, many of them killed altogether. UNHCR's visit is delayed, but has now finally taken place. It's more of a symbolic visit because UN, despite its call for replenishment of its financial and other resources, has not received much support from other donors who are already busy with other crises bubbling away, such as in Gaza, in Yemen, in Ukraine, and elsewhere. So with the United States declining all aid to United Nations of humanitarian kind, this has become a very serious situation for UN with having few resources to cater to something like 12 million refugees within and outside Sudan, created by this 1,000 days of war, unremitting and very brutal genocidal conflict. It is to be hoped that future, as we complete 3 years in April of this conflict, would perhaps have these the two sides reconciled to a split territorially with East and Center staying with SAF, while West and South going to RSF. The partition of the country is a fact of life, and efforts to change it militarily have so far not succeeded, except creating new wave of refugees and blood and gore. So let's hope that the two sides give up this war of attrition and focus on nation building in their own respective parts. Thank you.
Sure, Ambassador, thanks very much once again for explaining the situation to our international viewers. And with that, viewers, let's also tell you that Pope Leo XIV has expressed his concerns for the people displaced by violence in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, warning of a serious humanitarian crisis. He's also offered prayers for the victims of the deadly floods in South Africa. Let's listen in to what Pope Leo XVI had to say.
Le grandi difficoltà che soffre la popolazione dell'est della Repubblica Democratica del Congo, costretta a fuggire dal proprio paese, specialmente verso il Burundi, a causa della violenza e affrontare una grave crisi umanitaria. Preghiamo affinché tra le parti desidero inoltre assicurare la mia preghiera per le vittime delle inondazioni che nei giorni scorsi hanno colpito l'Africa meridionale.
And that's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sima Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump has threatened escalating tariffs on key European allies unless the US is allowed to buy Greenland. Duties would start at 10% on February 1st and rise to 25% by June. European leaders have rejected the demand, warning it could damage NATO unity, derail trade deals, and deepen transatlantic tensions. Syrian government forces advanced into Kurdish-held areas near the Euphrates, taking Tapka and key dams despite US calls to stop. Kurdish-led SDF has accused the army of violating a withdrawal deal and warned it would fight to hold remaining towns and oil fields. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has accused President Trump of fueling deadly protests that killed over 3,000 people. Khamenei has called Trump a criminal, while Iran blamed the unrest on US and Israeli interference amid mass arrests and internet shutdowns. EU and Mercosur leaders have signed the landmark free trade agreement in Paraguay after 25 years of negotiations, paving the way for what would become the EU's largest ever trade deal. The accord covers the EU with Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay, but still requires approval from the European Parliament. New York City Mayor Mamdani has appointed Tricia Shimamura as the city's new Parks Department Commissioner, tasking her with managing more than 30,000 acres of land. Mamdani has praised Shimamura's decade-long record of public service, while Shimamura has called the role an honor and vowed to make a difference. According to official results reported by Ugandan media, Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni has won a seventh term, 71.65% of the vote, defeating opposition challenger Bobi Wine, who won 24.70%. Wine is expected to reject the outcome, alleging an unfair election marred by an internet shutdown as tensions remain high following protests and security crackdowns. According to IMF statements, the International Monetary Fund has approved a $261 million disbursement for Ethiopia after completing the fourth review of its 48-month extended credit facility, bringing total IMF support under the program to just over $2.18 billion. Elon Musk is demanding up to $134 billion from OpenAI and Microsoft, claiming they profited from his early funding and support. The companies called the claim baseless as the case heads to trial in April. Schools in Iran are expected to reopen soon after a week of closure caused by nationwide protests. The ISNA news agency reports that schools in Tehran and other cities will be resuming, while postponed university exams will be held on January 24th. Meanwhile, Iranian opposition supporters rallied in Germany's Frankfurt, demanding the return of Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of Iran's last Shah. Chanting for a new era of democracy, protesters called for the removal of the Islamic Republic's leadership. The rally in Germany also came with a message for waiting for American support, which has yet to materialize. Let's listen in to what spokesperson for the Kingdom of Iran Association has shared.
Und wenn das Islamische Republik weg ist, wenn das Pahlavi-Dynastie oder Freiheit, Demokratie wieder zurück nach Iran kehrt. Wir können alle zusammenleben ohne Probleme mit jedem Nachbarländer, mit Israel, mit den arabischen Ländern, mit den ganzen westlichen, alles können.
Moreover, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has also showed her solidarity with the Iranian people, condemning the Iranian regime's violence against demonstrators. She has called for a return to diplomatic negotiations to resolve the situation, particularly on the nuclear issue. Let's listen in.
Io ritengo che la questione del rafforzamento della sicurezza e della presenza degli alleati in Groenlandia sia un tema serio, che però sta nell'ambito della diciamo del dialogo all'interno dell'Alleanza Atlantica, cioè la Groenlandia va considerato territorio, diciamo così, di responsabilità della NATO. La questione che gli americani pongono è una questione seria, ovviamente, e credo che diciamo il ragionamento di rafforzare la nostra presenza sia un ragionamento sicuramente necessario da fare all'interno dell'Alleanza Atlantica, ma credo che quello però sia l'ambito nel quale discutere questa materia, anche per quello che eventualmente riguarda insomma la nostra presenza. Voi avete visto che l'Italia ha presentato una sua strategia per l'Artico, perché anche noi comprendiamo ovviamente quanto sia strategico e quanto sia importante. Io ho già proposto che se ne...
Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Yossi Cooper-Wasser. He's an Israeli intelligence and security expert, joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper-Wasser, for joining us again. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Now, looking at this, can you tell us if Iran's situation, is it de-escalating if schools are reopening? What can we make of this situation right now?
Well, of course, the Iranian regime wants to create the impression that things are going to be calm from now on, and that they have managed to cope successfully with the riots and the demonstrations. But we all understand that this is it's an image that doesn't represent correctly what's going on in Iran right now. Because we have so many people killed and so many people injured. Nobody knows the exact numbers, but huge numbers of people killed and injured. And the protest is not dead yet. And much depends on what decision the President of the United States is going to take regarding the next move. It seems that at this point, because the Iranians have decided not to execute some of the protesters, then the President has decided to postpone action, but he didn't decide to give it up altogether, and we're waiting to see what's next for him.
Right. And, what do you think Reza Pahlavi is trying to achieve here by making a lot of statements public? And do you know if anything about his popularity or his approval in Iran?
Well, first of all, I think that the next move of President Trump is to find a new leadership for Iran, as he said in his interview to Politico. So definitely Pahlavi is one of the candidates for this new leadership. But there's a question mark regarding how popular he is. He's definitely more popular than any other single leader of the Iranian opposition. But is he popular enough in order to lead the opposition and to form a unity amongst the opposition? I don't think so, definitely not at this stage. We haven't seen the other leaders of the opposition saying that they are ready to cooperate with him. And it's too early to know what's the situation inside Iran, because we hear people shouting in favor of the Shah, in favor of the Reza Pahlavi, but you cannot tell what percentage of the population they represent. So it's we have to keep looking at the situation, and I believe that eventually this protest would give birth to new leaders that would represent the Iranian people and enjoy a large support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper-Wasser, for sharing that insight. Now we move on to Israel. Israel has stated that it objected to the lineup of the Palestinian Committee of Technocrats meant to govern post-war Gaza, which began its work in Cairo this week. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office said that the composition of a Gaza executive board was not coordinated with Israel and ran counter to government policy. It said Foreign Minister Gideon Saar would raise the issue with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The Palestinian militant group Islamic Jihad has also criticized the composition of the Board of Peace set to oversee the governance in Gaza, saying it served Israel's interests. Meanwhile, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has been invited by U.S. President Donald Trump to join the board, reportedly an offer he intends to accept. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Mr. Yossi Cooper-Wasser. He joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper-Wasser, for staying with us. Now, looking at this, can you tell me what exactly is the problem here with Palestinian Committee of Technocrats?
Well, first of all, it was not coordinated with Israel. That's the first problem. Secondly, some of them are members of or had past membership in the Palestinian Authority bodies. And Israel has made it clear that nobody who belongs to the Palestinian Authority can take part in this new technocratic government of Gaza. So I think that Israel is a little bit upset with the way it was established and with the identity of some of the members. In general, the idea of moving forward towards having this technocratic government is a positive move even in the view of Israel, but the names of some of the people, including the guy who was in top of this committee, this government, Ali Shaf, who used to be a deputy minister in the Palestinian Authority, is a source of concern for Israel because we want to see technocrats, not politicians. And Shaf and some of the others are technocrats and politicians at the same time. So I think this is what concerns Israel. The other thing that concerns Israel is not necessarily this technocratic government, but the committee that was established in order to oversee its activities on behalf of the Board of Peace, led by President Trump himself. And some of the figures over there are against the interest of Israel, for example, the Turkish Minister of Foreign Affairs, Hakan Fidan, and the guy that represents the Qataris. So we want to make sure that Turkey is not involved in the activities that are going to take place in Gaza in the future. We can maybe survive with having some Turkish figure in this committee, but the seniority of Hakan Fidan, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, is problematic. And we definitely don't want to see Turkish forces deployed inside the Gaza in the context of the international stabilization force that is supposed to keep security and stability of Gaza after Hamas is disarmed. And besides, we are very concerned that all of that is happening before Hamas has been disarmed. We think that the most important thing right now is to disarm Hamas. So all of these organizations can act without having to confront Hamas and can bring stability and prosperity to Gaza. As long as Hamas is not disarmed, Hamas is in fact ruling Gaza, and that's what's happening on the ground. We have to see Hamas disarmed.
Right. And a lot of things are still under the wraps about Palestinian Committee of Technocrats, but what do we know so far, if you can share with us?
We know the names. We know some of them were generals in the Palestinian Authority security forces. Some of them were in the Palestinian government, Palestinian Authority government in the past. And all of them were born in Gaza, that's true. Not all of them live in Gaza. And we have to make sure that this group of people, some of them are not fond, even Palestinian Islamic Jihad is not fond of them. They want to see them replaced because they don't think they are supportive enough of Hamas and Islamic Jihad. But some of them are accepted by Hamas, and if they are accepted by Hamas, this is not acceptable for us. And we think that the process of nominating them should have been coordinated with us, and it was not done properly. That's why Israel is upset.
Right. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Kupa Russell for joining us today and sharing that insight from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much. Now we move on to US. US President Donald Trump has denied offering JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon the role of Federal Reserve Chair, contradicting a Wall Street Journal report earlier this week. The report suggested that Trump made the offer, which Dimon reportedly treated as a joke. Trump made the denial in a post on Truth Social and emphasized that he never approached Dimon or the position. In the same post, Trump said he plans to sue JP Morgan over allegedly debanking him following the January 6 Capitol attack. However, Dimon has also confirmed that he was not asked to take the Fed job. Earlier this week, Trump suggested he might nominate either White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett or former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh to replace Jerome Powell. Now for this discussion, we welcome Dr. Satoru Nagao. He's a fellow at Hudson Institute, joins us live from Tokyo. Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for joining us. Good to see you. Now looking at this, can you tell us a little bit more about this situation with, alleged offering of the position of Fed chair to Jamie Dimon or Dimon?
There is a rift between the president and the top of the FRB, so that's why who will be the alternative candidate or the top of the FRB is always a problem. But at the same time, in case of the Jamie Dimon of the JP Morgan, Mr. Dimon clearly supports independence of the FRB. And politically, this remark is people can understand as criticize against President Trump's involvement in the FRB policy. So that's why the view from the President Trump, his remark was a little bit controversial. And so that's why even if Mr. Dimon said there's a possibility he will cooperate or he will join the Trump administration, there's a few possibility that he will be the FRB, top of FRB. And in case of the Mr. Dimon himself, they clearly indicated that there is no possibility to be the top of the FRB. So that's why indeed President Trump's remark and Mr. Dimon's remark is matched in this case. Both said Mr. Dimon will not become the top of the FRB.
And what legacy, in particular to Jerome Powell, what legacy does he leave behind as he leaves this position? And what are the challenges are to be faced by the replacement?
Legacy is, of course, Mr. Powell's legacy, if you want to say. But if Mr. Dimon sworn in, of course, like Mr. Powell, he would support independence of the FRB. So the federal government cannot intervene so much about policy. But indeed, view from the policy side, which is the White House, they want to move the FRB as a part of the policy of the government. So that's why not only the Trump administration, but also the other administration face the same problem. Independence of the FRB is easy to violate by the government, and this is always controversial as a policy of the government. That is indeed a destiny. And in case of the Mr. Dimon, clearly pointed out this aspect, so repeatedly. So that's why Mr. Dimon's, if there is a legacy of the Mr. Powell of the predecessor, Mr. Dimon also support independence of FRB is one kind of legacy, I think.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving on to Africa, Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni has been declared the winner of Uganda's election, extending his 4 decades in power by another 5 years. According to the Election Commission, he gained 72% of the vote against 25% for his closest challenger, Bobi Wine, who has condemned what he described as fake results and ballot stuffing. Wine has not provided any details, and the authorities have not responded to his allegations, but African Union election observers say that they saw no evidence of ballot stuffing. The election process was marred by violence, and Wine, a 43-year-old former pop star, says that At least 21 people have been killed around the country in recent days. Meanwhile, people in Kampala are celebrating after President Yoweri Museveni's 7th-term win in the office. Let's listen into what some of his supporters have shared.
I'm really very happy and glad seeing that for this time he has won at a higher percentage even compared to what he won with last time. And this victory comes because of his hard work and dedication and commitment towards the people of Uganda. He's a man who loves his country in a way that he promotes peace. He gives everyone freedom to do whatever he wants. Uganda is a country where anybody can engage in any business and he gets an income of how to earn a what. He has given freedom of speech, of worship, of interaction. A person in Uganda is free to do everything that he wants at any particular time, in any particular place. So he's a person worthy of being voted for. So I am very happy, very excited, seeing that we are now jubilating for his success. I want him to even reign more until he is exhausted.
President Yoweri Museveni is a good leader for 35 years. Since I was born, I've never seen wars in Uganda, and he has brought peace in Uganda. He has built houses. For all people have become rich, and all women, they have peace of work. All of them, they are working.
Now for this discussion, we welcome back Dr. Satoru Nagao. He's a fellow at Hudson Institute, joins us live from Tokyo. Thank you very much, Mr. Nagao, for staying with us. Now, looking at these elections, how come this, Mr. Museveni has been in power for this long, and even the support of this election with 72% of the votes? What can you tell us more about this?
It was true that Mr. Museveni contribute and the insecure situation in Uganda, except northern area. So that's why he has the skill. That was true, but at the same time, it is unnatural if the same leader continue to stay more than 40 years. In case of the Museveni, his government has started in the 1986. And so now the 40 years he stay, and his age itself is 81 years old. So that's why the view from such kind of the number, still he has 70% vote is unnatural, because long-term tenure that he has. In this case, when he sworn in, the people compare with the current government and the previous government. In this case, if the previous government will be completely opposite or completely different, in this case, Mr. Museveni's new government's image is quite fresh and new, and people expect he will work well. But if he continue more than 40 years, when the election has happened, people's comparison is current Museveni and past Museveni. So that's why he need to fight with him in the past, and generally what he has done in the past is more fresh and new compared with the current same politician. So that's why if he can continue president for 40 years and 7 times there is election, is this election fair election? People doubt it. And this time, in case of the election, he cut internet connection, or sometimes the opposition party's meeting was disrupted by the police forces. So that's why this is not fair election. In this case, Museveni said he got more than 70% support, but it is clearly that doubtful election, not fair election could happen based on such kind of activities, based on such kind of long-term government.
With that, I would like to thank Dr. Satoru Nagao for joining us today and sharing that insight with us on NewsX World. Thank you very much. Now we move on to our science news. Scientists have created the most detailed map yet of Antarctica's hidden landscape beneath its ice sheet. The new map reveals mountains, valleys, canyons, plains, and over 30,000 previously uncharted hills. Researchers used high-resolution satellites and ice flow analysis to map the full continent, including previously unexplored areas. Understanding the subglacial terrain is crucial for predicting how the ice sheet may retreat and raise global sea levels. Antarctica's ice holds about 70% of the planet's fresh water. The study shows the continent's hidden features are as varied as those in Europe, North America, and Greenland. Experts hope that the map will improve climate models and guide future field studies.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta. You're watching the World Report on NewsX World. We'll start as always with a check of the top headlines this hour. After US President Trump's imposition of fresh tariffs on 8 European countries over Greenland, reports suggest that the European Union is mulling the use of its anti-coercion instrument in response. A draft charter sent to about 60 countries by the US administration calls for members to contribute $1 billion in cash if they want their membership to last more than 3 years. This comes amid reports from various countries like Pakistan, Hungary, and Jordan of the receipt of an invitation to join the board as founding members. Scotland's First Minister John Swinney has said that he will call for another independence referendum if his Scottish National Party won a majority in May's Scottish Parliament election, a result that could end Keir Starmer's premiership. At least 5,000 people have been killed in protests in Iran, including about 500 security personnel. An Iranian official in the region has said, citing verified figures and accusing terrorists and armed rioters of killing innocent Iranians. The Pentagon has ordered about 1,500 active duty soldiers to prepare for a possible deployment to Minnesota, the site of large protests against the government's deportation drive. According to reports, the Army has placed the units on prepare to deploy orders in case violence in the northern state escalates. European Union and Mercosur leaders have signed the landmark free trade agreement in Paraguay after 25 years of negotiations, paving the way for what would become the European Union's largest ever trade deal. The accord covers the European Union with Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay, but still requires approval from the European Parliament. Syria's Communications Minister Abdul Salman Haikal said internet users can now access the Google Play Store without a VPN and that most Google services are expected to return to Syria soon. The restoration follows the removal of Syria from US Treasury's off-act sanctions list last year. Viewers, we now start with news on the Gaza Peace Board. Jordan, Pakistan, and Hungary have received invitations from US President Donald Trump to join his board of Peace for Gaza. Jordan's King Abdullah is reviewing the details of his invitation, while Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has said he'll engage in international efforts for peace in Gaza. Hungary, on the other hand, has accepted the invitation, with Prime Minister Viktor Orban expressing his honor in joining the initiative. The Board of Peace aims to oversee Gaza's temporary governance and support its reconstruction after the conflict. Composed of world leaders and diplomats, it will focus on establishing stability and working toward a long-term peaceful resolution. Key members include US President Donald Trump, former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair, UK Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and US Special Envoy to the Middle East Steve Witkoff. Jared Kushner, who is Trump's son-in-law, is also part of the board, along with billionaire Mark Rowan and World Bank President Ajay Banga. Additional members will be announced in the coming weeks. Retired Major General Sudhakarji, who is a senior strategic and international affairs expert, now joins me in this discussion. Sudhakarji, thank you very much for joining us here. Firstly, what's your opinion of the members of the Gaza Peace Board? There's no woman, there's no Palestinian. It's also triggered a clash between Netanyahu and Donald Trump himself. Then there are more contentions as far as the $1 billion fund to retain a 3-year membership is concerned. Do talk about all these points and contentions that are being put forward.
Kriti, good evening. Thank you for inviting me for your show. In short, very cryptic response to your question, which is though short, but has got a long preamble. I would say it is highly contentious. It is fraught with dangers of potential to open into future conflicts, because the intention behind this peace board or board of peace seems to be very fallacious and has got objective with hidden agenda. When I say this, what I mean is, if the agenda was universal, in keeping with the sequence of events related to Israel and Palestine, then perhaps in the mandate or in the scope of peace proposal, the two-nation theory would have been loud and clear, which is not the case. But I am glad that the King of Jordan, who is a very, very profound and ardent supporter of two-nation theory, leadership of his caliber and stature have been shortlisted. He will do good. Pakistan willy-nilly is a shifting kind of a partner. Wherever it suits them, they change their color and side. So most untrusted and cannot be relied upon, although they are also in favor of two-nation theory. Similarly, Hungary that you spoke of, to large an extent, I personally feel that the leadership is in favor of two-nation theory, and it will go a long way, because people don't read history, so therefore I don't want to take their mind back to the historical perspective of the creation of Israel out of Palestinian or Arab land. At some point in time in Cold War 1.0, it had a dominant influence. That is, I'm talking about the Eastern Bloc of communism had a dominant influence and impact on this particular stretch of land, as also Iraq, the Baath Party that we often talk of, was nothing but as an extension of the communism. And so much so, even in Yemen, a long period also was under the influence of communism. So without going too much deep into it, the fact of the matter is, something is better than nothing. Some humble beginning has been made. My only fear is that bigger the group, further is the delay. And farthest will go away from any lasting and kind of a sustainable peace and normalcy in this region. Notwithstanding what we discussed today, you have already alluded to Netanyahu having very serious contentions with regard to the members of the Board of Peace, as also the parameters in the Board of Peace, one. Number two, the way it is being contemplated to handle the Hamas, the disarmament of Hamas. Although Hamas has clearly indicated that they are prepared to actually disarm,
I doubt, having seen insurgency and terrorism very closely overseas, people do promise under duress and pressure like Donald Trump-like leadership, but before the ink dries up on the paper, they switch back to their arms and weapons and back to the violent activities. It's a very tall order, very premature to say, but let's keep our fingers crossed. It's going in for a very noble objective. If it happens, nothing to stop giving kudos to Donald Trump at the end of the day. Back to you, Kriti.
All right, sure. Thanks very much, Sudhakarji, for your assessment of the situation for our viewers here. I request you to stay on as we proceed. Viewers, Japan's Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi has sent a clear message now to Russian President Vladimir Putin. She has emphasized that Japan values its relationship with Russia and seeks a swift ceasefire in Ukraine. The message was conveyed through Japanese lawmaker who met with Takaichi and Foreign Minister before traveling to Moscow. Suzuki, during his meeting with Konstantin Kosachev, the deputy chairman of Russia's Federation Council on December 26, passed on Takaichi's statements. Takaichi's message signals Japan's hopes for a peaceful resolution, showing that Tokyo is keen on contributing to peace efforts in Ukraine while maintaining diplomatic ties with Moscow. Retired Major General Sudhakarji continues to stay with us. General Sudhakar, what do you think has prompted this statement from Takaichi? So far, nothing of the sort had come out. But now, while she wants to maintain ties with Russia as they are, she's also spoken on peace for Ukraine and in Ukraine. How do you see the timing of her statements, and what do you think has really propelled her to say this?
In short, let me give you very quick reflections. First and foremost, the center of gravity of the behavioral change of geopolitics of the world order is being driven by the transactional, unpredictable behavior of Donald Trump as on today. When I say that, what I mean is that the same Western alliance, which was led by USA at one point in time during Biden's era, they used to be hell for leather against Putin. But today, driven by Donald Trump, there is always, peacenik signatures being offered, and it is coming out prominently in as important a document as that of National Security Strategy of USA 2025, wherein USA has made very pointed indication to Russia that Russia is a member of the peer group, not an adversary. One. Number two, they have also indicated that its status of G8 membership will be restored. Number three, Russia is going to be integrated with the ecosystem of the existing geopolitical order along with the leading economies. It means very substantive, kind of out of proportion departure from the traditional standpoint and the stance of USA or the Western alliance led by USA. Not that I am saying the European countries are in favor of this, but this is the Donald Trump who is driving everything. So with the changed stance and also the changed affiliation with China simply because of the economics, I am saying, because the geopolitics has been overtaken by geoeconomics. That soybean that we talk of and the corn in the central corridor of America, which was actually, rotting because the farmers almost went in for up in arms against Donald Trump, almost. Not that they really went against him, because that is the corridor of Republican. So Donald Trump, somehow or the other, he managed to negotiate with China, took a commitment, and China, instead of buying soybean and corn from Brazil, has switched its commitment to America and promised to buy $12 billion or more in a year from America, from this particular stretch of the corridor, buying soybean and corn. That apart, the rare earth element also has been weaponized by China. Therefore, America is going very slow. While it is singled out India for buying oil from Russia, it has not done anything against China because the leverages are in favor of China. Because of these changing dynamics, Japan is also playing around with the words, has started showing signatures of proximal affinity towards Japan. When I say proximal affinity to Japan, it is not overshadowed by
by strategic altruism. It is overshadowed by the past historical precedents. Historical precedents. Take your mind back to the Kuril Island. Because of short of time, I'll just keep it as short as possible. There is an area of dispute. The Kuril Island continues to be under the occupation of Russia, and they had annexed it immediately after the Second World War. They have had an agreement on joint declaration in 1956. 1978, Japan and China, they went in for a treaty that actually gave red herrings to the relationship between Moscow and Tokyo. Subsequently, the treaty with the USA gave a complete departure and changed the dynamics in East Japan Sea as also South China Sea. And now lately, although Russia or the Moscow had given a clear indication in the past that out of 4 islands, 2 small islands, namely Shikotou and Habumai, would be handed over to Japan at some point in time. But because of changing stance of Japan, because of Japan's sanction against Russia for having invaded into Ukraine, also because of other impositions of restrictions against Russia, there has been a kind of a stalemate between 2 countries. And now this late signature, it indicates that possibly a thaw is in the making, and that thaw will change the dynamics and the geopolitical order towards the East China Sea as also the Sea of Japan and the South China Sea. The relationship between Japan and Russia changing, it will also contribute towards change in dynamics of the world order, because Japan also is not a small power. It is one of the biggest economies in the world as on today, although overtaken by India. It is a technological prowess in the world. So keeping all this in mind, it has got huge leverage. Maybe things will change for good, maybe for bad. One, it is too premature to actually speculate anything, but at the moment, it is giving a very positive signature of some kind of a reconciliation between Tokyo and Moscow in times ahead. Back to Kriti.
All right, Sean. Thank you, Sudhakarji, very much for your assessment of the situation here for our viewers. And we move ahead now. The Pentagon has placed about 1,500 active duty US soldiers on prepare to deploy orders amid escalating protests in Minnesota linked to the government's deportation drive. US media report the move is precautionary as tension rises in Minneapolis following confrontations between residents and federal immigration officers. The White House says it is standard for the Pentagon to be ready for any presidential decision. President Trump has warned he could invoke the Insurrection Act if state officials fail to stop protesters from targeting ICE agents. The troops identified for possible deployment are trained in cold weather operations and are based in Alaska. Minnesota's governor has already mobilized the state's National Guard. Local leaders accuse the president of federal overreach, as Washington argues the measures are needed to protect federal personnel and property. Andrew Latham, who's an international affairs expert from Minneapolis, joins me in this discussion. Andrew, why do you think Trump is ordering the troop deployment on standby as of now? What really has triggered him?
Well, it's important to recognize, as you just did, that these troops are being put on standby. The Insurrection Act has not yet been invoked, and so these federal troops would have no authority. But they're getting ready, both on the legal side, the administration is getting ready, and on the practical military side, they're getting ready as well. Why now? Well, there's a growing sense of frustration on the part of all parties. The people of this state, Minnesota, are not happy with this federal immigration surge, and the state government is responding as you might expect. It is channeling that frustration, and there is a tension between the federal immigration enforcement efforts and the state efforts to look after the interests of the population of the state, let's put it that way. And so I think Trump is getting frustrated now, and he's signaling the way he often does, that I'm going to escalate, I'm going to ramp things up if I don't get my way. And it remains to be seen if he will get his way, and if not, if he will actually invoke the Insurrection Act and deploy the 101st Airborne Division, which is a combat division, to Minnesota.
All right, sure. Andrew, stay on with us. In fact, we have some posts that have also been shared by Donald Trump on his Truth Social. Now, Trump has defended his immigration enforcement in Minnesota, saying ICE is removing some of the most violent criminals from the country and returning them home where they belong. Trump made these comments on his Truth Social platform, where he questioned why Minnesota leaders are resisting, accusing protesters of being professional agitators. He also tagged state officials, claiming they are diverting attention from fraud issues. The president insisted his administration is on the case, framing the operation as a public safety priority amid ongoing protests. Donald Trump's post on your screens, viewers, I like to quote it: ICE is removing some of the most violent criminals in the world from our country and bringing them back home where they belong. Why is Minnesota fighting this? Do they really want murderers and drug dealers to be ensconced in their community? The thugs that are protesting include many highly paid professional agitators and anarchists. Is this really what Minnesota wants? The crooked governor and Congresswoman Omar, who married her brother, don't mind, because it keeps the focus on attention of the $18 billion plus fraud that has taken place in the state. Don't worry, we're on it. All right, I invite Andrew to join me back here. Andrew, what do you think? Who do you think Trump is referring to? What is this fraud about? Why target Omar once again? And who are these paid professional agitators?
Well, he's referring to a scandal in the state of Minnesota involving, during the COVID era, large amounts of federal funds to fund daycare centers and things like that. And there was a great deal of fraud, some of it associated with the Somali migrant community. And Ilhan Omar comes out of that community. And so that's got everything on Trump's radar. Now, Trump may be right on the margins, but the perception here in this state is that this is a massive overreaction. It's racialized, it's targeting the Somali community and other people of color, that it is terrorizing. These ICE agents are going into elementary schools, looking for children of undocumented migrants, people in higher education who are here legitimately on study visas are scared to leave their apartments. This is being perceived on the grassroots level in the state of Minnesota as massive overreaction, as a surge which is terrorizing the local population. So if there are some benefits on the margins, they are on the margins. The big impact, and this is being expressed by the mayor of Minneapolis, Frye, and by the state's governor, Walz, this is too much. This is overkill, and it needs to be dialed down. Donald Trump, of course, has come to the opposite conclusion. He thinks this is somehow working, and he wants to dial it up. And if the state authorities cannot provide adequate protection in his mind for these immigration agents, he'll use the 101st Airborne to make sure that they can do their job. So we have here a real sort of a classical clash between federal authority and state authority, federal overreach, in my judgment at this point, and the reaction of the people of the state of Minnesota. And then, of course, there's a racial dimension. This is America. There's a racial dimension layered on top of that as well. All of this makes for a toxic brew, which we are enduring at the moment. And as his habit, the president is not dialing things down. He's dialing the tension up.
All right. How do you think this is going to weigh in on the upcoming midterms?
Well, Minnesota is a fairly safe Democratic state, so that's not going to change. This is going to become an even more Democratic state. It depends on how people across the country are viewing this. I mean, Minnesota has taken the brunt of this surge in immigration enforcement. The Minneapolis operation was the largest in ICE's history, for example. It depends on how this effort touches down in other states. It depends on how his base reacts to this somewhat favorably, I think, if news reports can be trusted on this. It depends on how the undecideds are looking at this, and they're not looking at it very favorably. And then you need to put that in the context of the economy and his foreign policy vis-a-vis Greenland and Venezuela and perhaps Iran. And you put all of that together, and things are not looking good for the Republicans at the midterm, despite what Donald Trump thinks are his efforts to reverse that by appearing strong on the international stage, by appearing strong in terms of enforcing domestic law, immigration law. His efforts seem to be backfiring. It's some time yet to the midterms. Things may change, but right now, if they were held today, the Republicans, I think, would suffer a resounding loss, and that would redound to the disadvantage of this president, even though he can't run again in the future.
Andrew, thanks very much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Moving ahead, viewers, Libya's central bank has devalued the dinar by nearly 15%, setting a new exchange rate of about 6.38 dinars to the US dollar. This is the second devaluation in less than a year and reflects deepening political and economic strain in the country. Officials blame ongoing political divisions following falling oil revenues due to lower global prices and rising public spending without a unified national budget. Libya's economy depends heavily on oil, and fluctuations in production and prices continue to hit state finances hard. The move comes against the backdrop of years of instability following the 2011 uprising and the split between rival Eastern and Western governments. For ordinary Libyans, the weaker dinar is expected to drive up prices and worsen cost of living pressures. And we wrap up with some technology news. The Ugandan Communication has stated that the internet is restored in Uganda after a 4-day shutdown imposed by the government to limit communication during elections. George Nyombi Tembo, the UCC's executive director, has said that the brief suspension of public internet was a necessary and proportionate step taken on the strong recommendation of the Intelligence Institution Committee to safeguard the public order.
I'm pleased to announce that following the successful conclusion of the 2026 general elections and a careful assessment by the Interagency Security Committee, the Uganda Communication Commission has directed the immediate restoration of public internet access across the country, effective 18th January 20.
All right, viewers, that's all we have time for. Thanks for watching and staying tuned to NewsX World for all international news and updates.